Howdy. Where are we? Gaming. Okay. We have left off in the middle of case 4. Josh! Look! Hogging so hard. I can't wait to see him. I hope he makes a big appearance in the trial. Let me know if you don't have audio. I think you should though. Good evening. Alright, 20th February, 9:23 AM, the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Oh yes, very audio. Is it too loud? I can turn it down. Wow, I never expected this. Who'd have thought we'd be back here again so soon? We are on a study tour of Great Britain, with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible. Maybe down a teensy bit? Hell yeah. Wiggle that down. Hopefully that's better, let me know. Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but the person in the dock, it may well be his or her one and only time in court, and it could be life-changing. Cheeky Burb! Peachkip, the water-type Pokemon. Oops, I forgot to turn Mudkip off! I was fiddling around with them to make sure that they were aligned. Perfect volume? Plug! Okay. Let's have a look at the court record now to remember what we learned. Because we went around, we visited the crime scene, we talked to everyone, we collected our evidence. It took a really long time. And now we're going into trial. So, we've got Sato and the Chief Justice and the weird detective we met. This is the defendant, that's right, Saseki Natsume. He's the weird poet type. We've got Iris Wilson, Beloved. And then there were the Garadebs, who were feigning being richer than they are. And then there was Beloved, wonderful, Beloved. Anyway. And then for actual evidence. We're still in the HARLOT case? Yeah, I haven't played more since I think you were here for the last time. I think you went to bed like 15 minutes before we ended up wrapping up. So then we've got our street map, which just shows us the road, and we have our book receipt that showed at 4:45 PM Mr. Natsume bought 3 books. I don't know if those are important yet, and hopefully we'll get an autopsy report once we get into the actual trial. Anyway, okay, reviewed. In which case, treating it as research may seem a little crass. Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right. Good morning? Wonder who this is. Oh, it's our little poet. Okay. Ah, Mr. Natsume, good morning. Oh dear, are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot. The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yes, I've heard that expression. But I really don't want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately not to, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. Joke's on you, every case except the first one is a HARLOT case. Hog. The third case didn't have HARLOT in it. He was nowhere to be seen. And now I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Do all literary people take things so literally? Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume. Will! Good morning. I wish I had 9 lives! My whole future hangs in the balance. Well, not sure if it was just me and my low volume ass, but the audio was cutting off. Was that voice or game? Voice might be my cap, in which case I'm just going to push my microphone back a little bit and talk a little quieter. If it was the game, I will see what I can do about that. Good evening. I got good eveninged by Will. Too terrified to tremble. Really? Because I can feel tremors in the floor. I can't do this. I can't take this. Although, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, it was your voice during the last secular shot, I would have hit my audio cap. I will try and be less loud. Yes? I caught a glimpse of the public library as I walked past the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of the opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Oh, neither did I. Do you know why that might be, Mr. Sato? I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I have no idea. That all-knowing look on your face is just coincidence then, is it? Don't hide the truth from me! It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? It's probably because of the Reaper. Lord Van... What did we decide? We decided it was Zeeks, right? Lord Van Zeeks? Is that right, Mr. Sato? I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning, and yes, Lord Van Zeeks is on the front page of every one. I knew it. Sometime after the prosecution was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday. Yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? I love this stupid vampire man. The trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Zeek's return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. The trial of Magnus McGilder. What a harrowing experience that was. I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's. But we wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country. Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon for what appears to be a mundane murder? That's the question the papers are asking, and they are all speculating various answers. Mundane! Mundane! It's the most significant saga of the century to some of us! Oh dear, I meant no offense, Mr. Natsume, but that is how the papers are describing it. Of course you like the vampire man? Yeah! He's a vampire man, what's not to like? Huh? What's not clicking? Well, lest we also forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention. The Reaper is back because we need a mild equivalent? For real. But there's another blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago. Yes, I agree. Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. It's you! Me? I suppose that's true. Both times it is you who stands against this legendary prosecutor. Yeah, I'm the Phoenix equivalent. It can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper! This is some HARLOT logic. Please, I don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers. I'm afraid that there's really only one other explanation. It can only be another example, Mr. Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck. Thanks for that. Oh, this is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such frail fortune? Reaper friends, Reaper friends! It is all about the dark, brooding angst, you're right. The least lucky lawyer alive! Lee! Hee. We got Mudkip hug! Welcome, how you going? Well, let's not forget. But it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. Yes, it's true that I'm just a student, new to London, with little in the way of experience or skills, or luck. But I promise you this. I will fight your corner until the bitter end, and I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Oh, benevolent locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. The emotes are really cute, I'm glad you like them! We've got 2 more that are pending approval, but hopefully we will have those soon. Whatever happens, we will always be on your side. Oh, benevolent non-locum assistant Miss Mikotoba Esquire. I am in your debt! Forever! I shall never forget this great Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense. The court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. Yes, sir. Alright then, Mr. Natsume, it's time. Let's go. Yes! court bits are the most exciting in my opinion. I'm so excited. Yeah, evidence gathering is fun, yeah, but it's the court. It's the making the opposition, it's arguing so hard that the opposition literally tears their hair out. This is it. My second appearance in a British courtroom. And my second trial against the Reaper. Kazuma! I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because this time, I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client to the last. Just like you believed in me. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight. Kazuma! I love it. Oh, Bailey courtroom. Hogging. We got a jury again! It looks like, Miss Garradeb was on it. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. Little nervous eyes. I hate when he says things like this. Please stop. The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed. What is Pansy? Is this your first time meeting him? He's a vampire. Sorry, what? Vampire-looking JoJo character. Liking like longing when the longing is one-sided because they're dead? Shut up! Oh my fucking god! Nothing like longing. Sobs. Kazuma, I miss you so fucking much, it's unreal. Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago, a mere amateur. Do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Last I was here, we just meet HARLOT. So much has happened. So Franziques? What? He's got vampire aesthetic. They call him the Reaper of the Bailey because everyone who he goes up against, if they don't lose, like if he doesn't get the guilty verdict, they end up dying in some kind of strange accident. So, you know, a little scary going up against this guy. Brady, hi! How you doing? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance. Yeah, he's scary. Hi. Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description. Susato-san. After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. Just classic Great British superstition! Haha! Nothing suspicious here! Hehe. Very true. And a most fascinating, if dark, trial it was too. A tragic conclusion came later, of course. Here's to the acquitted, and his unfortunate, violent end. Is Van Ziek Jack the Ripper? I don't know. You gotta wonder, is it really wine in that goblet? And if it's not, where does he get it from? Oh, you can't drink in court? Excuse me, Lee, we are in England. You can do whatever the fuck you want in England. They don't have standards. Thank you, counsels. I see both sides are in fine fettle. Fettle? Fettle? Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public? You never know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone. Well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear. Oh, well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow. I'm afraid to say I think it's quite possible that mustached foreigner did the deed. Come on, what are we waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway. Eh? Sorry, didn't quite catch that. Okay. Interesting bundle we've got here. Very well, let us proceed. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Van Zieks. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with a rising power in the Far East. The accused on the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. And while our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably, the kindness has not been returned. In fact, this student is accused of a most sinister act. Of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. A knife crime? I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst. Bloody oath they are.
Strawberry, hi! How are you today? Just look at that sallow complexion and short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese. Whoa! Bring the racism down a little, please. A little less.
Come on, let's get this over with. With me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3.
Eh? Sorry, didn't quite catch that.
Pray, forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hallowed chalice here in this great chamber. Who says things like that?
Sir? Mr. Vampire, sir?
Allow me to call the first witness to the stand.
Very well. I'm good, glad to catch another stream. Glad to have you here.
Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please. We got chips! We got infinite chips! Your name and occupation, please. Yes, sir? Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard. Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector? The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. I beg your pardon, Inspector? Thought to be? Yes. Having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. Infinite Chipsman is back! That was 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since. What? So they don't even know who she is for sure? Comatose, I see. But her life is not in danger? Fashion chops. Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray, elaborate on the details, Inspector. Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at this street map. We'll win the case and she'll mysteriously fucking die or something. For real! I'm so nervous. Van Zieks is in on it. I'm interested to see what's up with him. There's definitely some corruption at court, and I wonder exactly what his role in it is. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago, at around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement running alongside Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles. It had not long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. Not an Ace Attorney without some more Cops of Bastards flavor? For real though. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far. Please, 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 give it to me, put it in my pocket. Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the documents as evidence, if you please.
Case file has been entered into the court record. Let me at it.
Yeah, let me at it.
Case file, okay. A young woman was rendered unconscious following a stab wound to the back. The victim was Olive Green, female, stout build, early 20s, on the pavement of Briar Road on the east side, and the reporting officer was Rolly B. The victim remains unconscious. Her name was gleaned from her personal effects. Other details are unknown. Apart from the single stab wound from the large knife, no other signs of injury were observed, and the assailant was seen running away by the reporting officer and was successfully arrested the following day. I still need to play the Layton crossover game. Me too! I have not touched it yet. I also haven't finished the main Ace Attorney series, like just 5 and 6. Okay, where were we? What of the weapon that was used? Sir, I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back. Ouch. That big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. With a heavy blade like that, almost anybody would have been able to stab the poor woman. Even the scragged-looking Saseki-san, I suppose. A common or garden jackknife, I would say. Rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade as evidence. Heavy blade? It looks like a pocket knife. That's what I'm thinking. A large but commonplace folding knife. Okay, let me see that as well. Yeah, it doesn't look that intense, really. That little groove is just for getting it out, right? Yeah, okay. Not really anything of interest here. Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume? The blade doesn't have a point? That might be something. Let me back at it. Yeah, good eye, Josh. I wonder if the point is, like, still in her back. I'm sure that will be crucial. Thank you for catching that. I did not spot that at all. From what we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it seems like she's a poor student herself. I was going to keep quiet. We are playing together! Hard to imagine she would have had anything much worth pinching, my lord. I see. Well, in that case, are we looking at some deep-seated resentment toward the victim? Also, I am not very good at keeping quiet. You also, like, it's not like you know all of the answers, you know? No, I like... The reason this is so fun to play on stream is that we get to, like, work it out together. Yeah, like, Cheeky's played it, so it's a little bit different in that it's actually spoilers, whereas when it comes from people who haven't played it, it's like, oh my god, we are working it out as a little group. I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting second-hand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim.
Yes!
Little hand going out! Beloved. If theft and grievance had been ruled out as the motive, what reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have had for stabbing the young woman? Yet you arrested the man in spite of that, in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way.
Objection!
Oh, scary. Ah! The whole bottle? The whole fucking bottle, sir? Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. But your words have soured its hallowed bouquet. For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. Rip to the people in the gallery? For fucking real, right? Like, what the hell was that? What if he hit those people in the stands? Well, he is Barak von Zeeks, and he does nothing wrong ever, so there will never be a trial or anything. It's okay, don't even worry about it. Yeah, they're just commoners, they're peasants. Ugh, the peasantry. Despicable. What? Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. You mean you don't just dispose of a whole bottle because of the silly words of a Japanese SMH? He's kind of, bonkers, huh? Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student. Yes, sir! Testimony. Infinite chips. Mr. Natsume's arrest. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books he'd just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him. Old books, you say? Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime, taken immediately after the incident. Ah yes, I can clearly see the books to which you are referring. I will take that photographic print as evidence, please. Inspector?
Crime scene photograph has been entered into the court record. I would like to see it, please.
I would like Van Zieks to be a little less racist, please. Okay, knife in the back. Got books, we got bag, we got person. Doesn't seem like I'm actually able to, like, select anything to talk about. I have to look closely. Okay, we'll come back to this one when it feels more relevant and we know what we're looking for. You Nipponese are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat. Denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Well,
Forgive me, Lord Van Zieks, but the defendant is not denying everything, as you put it.
What are you doing, Mr. Sato? Do go on.
Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, now you mention it. When we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what had all happened. As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman, wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran, as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings. A green overcoat?
Well, that's exactly what the woman in that print is wearing. Oh my! A photographic print in full colour. What will the world come up with next?
The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident.
That does not mean that he's guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back.
There was nobody else there at the time, just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there is nobody else who could possibly have stabbed the woman. A fact. The accused concedes. Ugh. It seems this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, counsel. Proceed, please. Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. Mr. Natsume's arrest. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books he'd just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him. What kind of books? I would like to know exactly what the titles of those books were. The defendant apparently visits a second-hand bookshop on a daily basis. Yes, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature. I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention. Pretentious. Bloke's room was stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books. Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector? Well, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. The closest second-hand bookshop to the accused lodgings is this place here. Bourbon Books. A little place on the corner of Briar Road and Meerschaum Street. As it happens, the accused is currently living in lodgings on the other side of Briar Road at the opposite end. Which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home. Something like this. Jay? Hi! How are you? Oh my god! Beloved! Welcome, welcome! Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop.
Hi! But once the time zones add up, happy to see you. Mr. Naruhodo, I think that what the inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance.
Yes, I agree. The most important point that the inspector just made being... to be completely honest, I got distracted. I was like, oh my god, my friend is here. Well, I wish that was the excuse, but we're even closer in time since you moved. I'm just you know, you got different, like, active time when you can be around. Okay. Did he say what the stock was? A second-hand English literature. On Briar Road. And it was called Bourbon Books, and the receipt is from your books. Cool. Easy. That would be the bookshop's name then.
Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor?
What?
Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance.
Maybe? Well, you know, I mean, yes! It could be a very important clue. We love our dummy the defense attorney. Beloved. Very well, not that I can see it being of any great significance. But please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector. Yes, sir, my lord. Whatever you say. Could the man be any more sardonic? He was on his way home from Bourbon Books, a second-hand bookshop that he apparently patronizes. Let's just argue that real quick. If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson. What is it, Sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know.
This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident and details the purchase of 3 second-hand books.
And you found that in the accused's room, did you?
Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it.
Go on.
This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books.
Your Books? Y-O-R-E, I presume.
Yes, my lord. So Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books.
What? Inspector, do you know of this other bookshop?
Yes, sir.
Your Books is another second-hand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that... well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it.
Objection!
But in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves it.
Objection!
Yes. For what difference it makes. Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis.
Objection!
I disagree.
I mean, after all, I have the street map here, if that might be of help. Oh, yes, thank you. Have a look at this, please. If the defendant had been returning from bourbon books, then yes, he would almost certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, your books, it may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all.
Dear baby, I don't think this is a good line. Could that be true?
My, it rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it may be a possibility. Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said? Absolutely. It absolutely could be right.
Inspector Gregson, where is this your books establishment?
Well, obviously we looked into that.
It turns out that your books is just here on the next corner of Meerschaum Street, going east.
Local maps information has been updated in the court record. And there you have it, as you can clearly see now.
Oh. Not our finest argument, perhaps. My learned Nipponese friend is obviously in training to be a clown the way he regales us with such witticisms.
Thank you, Van Zeeks.
To your future career in the circus.
You put that glass down now, or I'll put it down for you.
I, didn't think I needed to spell it out, but here we go. If the accused was coming home from your books instead of bourbon books, there's no doubt he still would have passed the place where the victim was stabbed.
Going to have dinner? Enjoy it! I hope it is tasty as hell.
Sorry, I decided not to swear at the last minute, but I'm not sure why. Yes, thank you, Inspector.
Ugh.
Allow me to reiterate for my learned, if somewhat slow, Nipponese friend. Ugh. Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. Ah! It's not a good sign to be collapsed on the table, like, 15 minutes into the trial.
As I suspected, you can't fool me, and I don't suggest you try.
What did I say, eh? I've had enough of this now. Beg your pardon. Terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that?
Mr. Naruhodo, we mustn't give up.
What do you mean?
If the prosecution's assertion is correct, the members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty.
Ah, he's absolutely right.
We must think. We must consider the assertion just put by the prosecution very, very carefully.
And what was that assertion again? Please, thank you. Makes no difference in the final analysis. Okay. They claim Soseki-san must have passed the location of the incident on his way home from your books, but he was leaving at 4:45. He was stabbed. Oh, we don't have a time for that. I was really hoping that we would. He theoretically could have gone the other way. I don't know why he would, though. Definitely longer. He would still go the same way. And in fact, we know that he passed the place that she was stabbed because of her testimony. I want it to be important, but I don't quite see how it is. Let's just try. Worst case scenario, we get some funny dialogue. The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed. Explain yourself, counsel. Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. When returning from your books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places.
If the defendant used these streets, look what happens. He arrives back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked.
Objection!
Walking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way round. On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home? Well, fruity little point. This guy is so fruity. It's like, what are you dressing like a vampire for? To attract other men? The answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, the accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings, and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime.
Objection!
But, yes, I've got it! Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home. I have already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. That's right. As I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. That day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home. I don't believe this! Fruity little wave, fruity little bow. I thank you, my learned friend, and suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around this subject. Pray, what say you insightful jurors? Ryu peeling himself off the table. But even if that is the case, the defense still... Uh-oh. Oh, we're in trouble. We're in quite a bit of trouble. I agree with Lord Van Zeeks, wholeheartedly, and in every way. What? I don't believe it. Does this mean... We members of the jury are completely convinced now? Very well. In that case, I hereby call upon all members of the jury to present your findings to the court.
Guilty!
Shit.
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty! Guilty!
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It would appear the jury's leaning is unanimous. Okay, can we pull that fancy little stunt again where we appeal, please? To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and country admirably. Mr. Naruhodo. No, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. I have to tip the balance of those scales the other way. I have to turn this around. Somehow. Those are the eyes of Corey not yet willing to give up and die. So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial? Rights of the defense written into antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago. Call it antiquated if you will, but it's the defense's prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses. Get him, boy. Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with a summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with that Nipponese whippersnapper and his onkus refusal to throw in his alley. Huh? Very well then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. Okay. None of them are friends, they are all going to contradict each other, and we are going to find those contradictions and turn them on each other. Pity's sake, that little Nipponese oddity has already admitted it himself, didn't he? If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why, it can only have been the victim. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. I really don't care. Can we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing. Your books, yes. Nice shop, that. But bourbon books? No, not worth a visit. Okay, that wasn't quite as clear as I'd hoped it would be. With only minor exceptions, the reasons for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear. Who is this little pudgy man I have sort of zoned out? He is just a member of the jury. The jury has all voted guilty. We need to convince them to reverse their votes. When the stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes. Yeah, they all already voted guilty. It's not going super great. Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant then fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already. Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now. Oh, why did he have to run away like that? And how are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible. How can I possibly make a case for the defense? Mr. Naruhodo, this is no time for grumbling. We want to force the trial to continue. Yes, I know. I have to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their mind. Well, 4 of them, at least. Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward. You have the floor, counsel. Begin your summation examination. I need a Susato to constantly keep me on track, please. Please, beloved. Yes, my lord. I just need to keep this trial going somehow, whatever it takes. Come on, Ryunosuke, you can do it. Ooh, baby! I like when we get to see him pace around. The defense's rebuttal. Okay. Where can I press here? This isn't much of a... Can I get more info on this? Man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes. Don't get clever with me now, son. My life's on the line too, and so is my family's. The likes of you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat, and neither do the wife and kids. Oh, I see. That must be very hard. I go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. This time of year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left, right, and center. They're after cheap labor to get the roads dug up to fix it. The hard slug from dawn to dusk it is. So, you were out digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you? That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just around the corner from where it all happened. By that old bookshop it was. What? Another coincidence? That's right, Meersham Street it was. Meersham Street. On the map, Mr. Naruhodo, there are only 3 named streets. Juror number 5, I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please. What's the point in that? Can't we just get this business over with now? Please, sir, it's important. Fine, I'll do it then. Okay, what's the statement now? On the day it happened, I was digging up Meersham Street from dawn till dusk. Wait a fucking minute! And if Meersham Street was dug up, and our client was coming from your books, he had to go down Calabash Road. I don't know if I can, like, present evidence on that. I'll have to pit him against someone else. Your books, yes, I shop that, but bourbon books? No, not worth a visit. Alright, let's press him as well. Sorry? Hold it, you say? Hold what? No, what I said was hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often? I like the odd books they have in there, yes. Oh, these nuts? Josh! I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see? Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. And at what time did you visit your books on the day in question? Well, I was picking up books in there all afternoon, and it would have been just before 5 that I left. The same time. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. Just before 5, you say? Exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time? Oh yes, no mistake there. I remember it well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry. Not after the dreadful time I had. What do you mean? Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on the ice and donked my head. Oh, he saw this guy! The man in a green coat. He saw someone in a green coat collapse, and it was... Hog. We've got this now. It's always worse after the snow stopped falling. That's when it's the most slippery. Knocked myself clean out, I did. I really thought my number was up. Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road. That's right. I live in Cornpipe, you see? Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books. Juror number 6, I must insist that you add that information to your formal statement. It may very well be extremely significant. Sorry? Extremely sick? No, I'm quite alright now. It sends a shiver down my spine to hear the members of the jury so convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt. But I can't help feeling that some of their opinions are rather subjective. I agree. It's the irrelevance of what some of them are saying that sends a shiver down my spine. Still, at least some of their assertions don't actually incriminate Mr. Natsume, if anything. That's something. We must use that to our advantage, Mr. Naruhodo. Cunningly. Yes, you're right. Let's listen to the jurors again, carefully. And if any more of their assertions are at odds, I'll pit them mercilessly against each other. Yes, don't hold back. Pit them all against each other. Okay, I know exactly what I want to say. I know the point I want to argue. I just need to work out which buttons to press to argue it. When he says admitted it himself, does he mean that he was walking down the road or that he saw it? I can definitely pit her against juror number 6.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasoning. A flaw? What are you talking about, counsel? Well, juror number 2? Juror number 6? My, whatever do you mean, sir? I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There is at least one fact of which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to your books and purchased a number of secondhand titles. He then returned home on foot. I love it when Ryu's just walking around. Me too! It's just so, like, exciting to see, especially after playing the original Ace Attorney games and it's just, like, all of the still sprites, which are still, like, gorgeous, but I love when you get to actually watch them move around. Daredevil courtroom stuff! Hell yeah. But the man says he has no recollection of his return journey. That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes. Yes, we are all aware of all this. The poor young woman was stabbed, obviously.
Objection!
Can we really be sure of that, madam? My, whatever do you mean? I'm sure you heard juror number 6's account of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim, who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy streets in the neighborhood. Oh my! My goodness, you mean... That's right. I'm referring, of course, the hard of hearing juror number 6. Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman at the end of the bench here with me today? That is entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim. Well, look at that. My goodness me. Sorry? You need a pee? And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell. On Calabash Road. Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly, the crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home. Oh my! We are doing it! Ryu, I am so proud of you! You idiot old man. If you hadn't been so daft as to be roaming about there, we'd have boxed this off hours ago. And an innocent man would be in jail. And really, what were you thinking wearing such a befuddling coat? We are lawyering! What did you say to me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk these streets these days? Is it a crime to slip over on the ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat? Is it? Ma'am? My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but... You'd like to change your leaning, I presume? I do declare that I would. I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty. Thank you. And I would too. What? Is it a crime to change your mind? Is it? Well? Fog. Okay. We just need to convince two more. I think it'll probably be the first juror versus the 5th juror. But I want to double check what the first juror is saying. Make sure that he's talking about admitting to the route. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. That was wonderful. Wow, we've managed to change a couple of minds at least, and strengthened our position somewhat. Yes, and it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if we could just identify one more clue or discrepancy that would make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume, we might be able to tip the balance completely. Yes, that's exactly what we've got to do. Bandix is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent, by whatever means we have at our disposal. Thank you, Counsel. On with the summation examination, please. Yes, my lord. Okay. There we go. We can actually pit juror number 3 against juror number 5. Prove that the road was full. Those two statements are clearly at odds with one another. At odds, Counsel? Explain yourself. Please don't point! It wasn't me, I swear! What? I just want to get this done and dusted. Well, juror number 3? Oh, me, sir. What do you mean? Juror number 5's words now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implication of what's been said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of secondhand books. God, this pasting is so nice to look at. It is honestly so pleasing. Beloved. The tapping of the shoes and everything. Yeah! I'm really happy that we get all of the motion. And on the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Meersham Street, making it impassable. Which means that the defendant's route home could not have taken him along Meersham Street and down Briar Road. Oh, yes, of course. What do you think, sir? Well, yes, you can't argue with that really, can you? We must have had a good 2 yards or more of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. So, the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. Yes, I suppose he must have. I suppose that must be right, eh? Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop. But we see now that he had no choice. Yes. My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may. That Fairway's attorney finally shows feet. No. No. Yes. I don't think in all good conscience that I can say the man's guilty now. Yes, I'd like to see this trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened. We have evened the scales! What about you, sir? Who, me? Well, alright then. There's a hole in the prosecution's argument, it should be filled in. That's what I say. We'll have all not guilty, then one seats will say some bullshit. For real. Well, that summation examination has concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The ayes 2, the noes 4, so the noes have it. Not guilty, they say. Pansy, showed brutes, please! Ah! Which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue.
Objection!
Bro, no, no, don't toss that, don't toss that. Okay, well, he didn't toss it. Would it seem churlish of me to drink from my hallowed chalice moments after raising an objection? Only to crush it in disgust? Pray, forgive the discourtesy. Lord Manzeeks? It seems I must retract my earlier remark. What do you mean? I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. Eh? Whatever do you mean?
Objection!
I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is the truth. Indeed. The stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road, as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which you had excavated, sir? That's right. Took me the whole day and they paid me a measly 2pence for it. Now, my learned Nipponese friend, tell me. Do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents? Well, if I'm honest, I don't have a clue, no. 2 yards is a little less than 2 meters. Less than 2 meters, that's not much at all. In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? Ah, me? Well, I can't say you're wrong, no. What? And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the side of your works? I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have had hope of passing anyway, and we just turn any gentlefolk back when they come. Kids just jump right over us all the time. The accused is no gentleman, as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town. Is that true? Is it? Uh-oh. The incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt that on his way back to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road. Oh, crushed in a single sentence. And, old man. Cold man, you can talk! You say that around 5 o'clock on the day in question, you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese behind you at the time? Oh, I can't say as I remember. You don't remember? How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man that the accused saw, but I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. Oh, we were doing so well. Order! Order! Lord Van Zeeks, explain yourself. My lord? If you had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not proffer it during the summation examination? I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. Oh. But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel. Oh! Sir, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. What are you talking about? My lord, the prosecution requests permission to call its next witnesses to the stand. Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses. Nervous? It's next witnesses?
Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident.
Yes, I remember. One of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less.
I'm afraid that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness.
Alright, no matter who Van Zieks brings to the stand as his witnesses, and no matter what they say, I believe in Soseki-san. I know he's innocent. And I'll keep believing to the very end, until this battle is over. Oh my god, cute! Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. Constable Rolly Beat, sir! Nothing to report on the street, sir! Hello?
And I'm Mrs. Beat. Patricia's my name, and I'm proud to say I'm this young town hero's wife.
What's the story here?
Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day.
No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honourable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before, actually. Indeed, apart from rare days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know. They look like siblings! Ah! They are giving me such Feeny vibes. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check that meters are reading true, and they're responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our streetlights.
There are a number of items on that list that don't sound much like policing duties at all.
I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet, I'd have collapsed long ago. But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. For the London Bobby is a man of honour. He is chewing on his chin strap, and a man of slumber. On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat?
That's right, sir. Isn't it, Rolly?
I wish I were a man of slumber. God, me too. Constable Rolly Beat, sir. Nothing to report on the street, sir. What a great witness he's going to be. Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident. Yes, sir? Testimony. Okay. What the witnesses saw.
It was our wedding anniversary, and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor. Then the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at a nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock.
Rolly and I both saw him clear as day. Gonna head off for dinner, but this has been so exciting. We'll watch the VOD later. See ya. Bye! Thank you so much for stopping by. It was so lovely to chat with you for a minute. I hope you have excellent dinner. Well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say. Oh dear, this policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. If their testimony is true, the alternative course of events that you established in the summation examination will be quashed. It's death knell, in fact, because that alternative was never viable in the first place. What an unfortunate perchancing, and on your wedding anniversary too. Oh, I know, but I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that. Gosh, the life of a London bobby sounds very hard indeed. Indeed. However, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon. What do you mean by that? My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was without doubt the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume. And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less. So you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure. Except that the man's so tired, his wife has to do all the talking. Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense, commence the cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Okay, what have we got here? Wedding anniversary, they went out for a meal, went home to change after work. I love her design, me too! She's so cute. I really like the patchwork bow. Two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front, and then one of them just collapsed on the floor, then the other scattered something before running off. That would be the books, I imagine. I went straight over, of course, and then went for help in a nearby police box. And it was... definitely want more info on that. But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you? We absolutely could! Us Londoners have an exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know. Right. The light from the street lamps was more than enough. And my husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he? Yes. And what of the fog? We're famous for it across the globe, I believe. But it's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course. Oh, it is, it is! When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm. Yes, alright, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about? The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see? That's why we can tell you for sure and certain that it was that little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling? What? Yes, it was the accused and no mistake. Like, head back in and he's being bullied? He is very being bullied. He just wants to sleep. The moustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose. Unmistakable, sir! As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Soseki-san they saw running away from the scene of the crime. So that's it, is it? That's their entire testimony. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beat saw what they saw what they say they saw. Mr. Natsume running away from the scene on Briar Road that day. Yes, I feel the same. So if that's true, where does it leave us? The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony. Oh no. What do we do? If Kazuma-sama were here... What are you trying to say? I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony. What do you mean, somewhere else? Their statement about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. But if you could identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts, You might be able to discredit them, to make the jury doubt if Pear's memory of the day is accurate. Right. Put simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in these statements somewhere. And if we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavourable conclusion. Ugh, why do I always seem to be so up against it? Okay, let's find a different contradiction then.
Hold it!
No time to change after work, you say. Are you also a member of the police, Mrs. B? Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply. Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can't you? I think Rolly looks ever so handsome in his uniform. Suits you down the ground, doesn't it, darling? What? Ah, I just finished my beat. Pat and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there. Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy. Oh no, Rolly. I much prefer you in uniform. Sometimes, I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. Kind of a weird thing for your wife to say. Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy. We are learning all about this woman's kinks. Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you had finished your beat for the day, correct? That's right, sir, yes. Although I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. But policing is my life, sir. As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and my queen to the end. What's that now? My warrant card, sir. Proof that I'm a London copper. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it, as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty. Patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. Being bullied is the Naruhodo family curse? Yeah, absolutely. Sir, and for such a noble cause I cover 20 miles every single day without fail and without a grumble. Because I know that the plodding of my boots is all Londoners need to hear feel safe and secure. So, fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then. But sir, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. B puts up with a lot being married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. They're really cute. Oh, what a charming couple. Their young love is such a joy to behold. If a little over the top, perhaps? And then, kindly describe what happened next. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. Okay. Then one of them just collapsed on the floor and the other scattered something before running off. Let's learn more about this. Scattered something? What do you mean by that? Oh, well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But then when we got closer, we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling? What? Ah, yes, that's right. It was some old books. I see. Old books. Yes, sir! The culprit had dropped a number of them, all around where the victim lay on the pavement. Indeed, as clearly pictured in this photographic print. I would like the print to tell me the names of the books. That rotten Japanese man did that when he did the deed. Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. But we saw him. It was the man in the dock without question, sir. That moustache, the hunched back, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose. Everything. Any more insults you want to throw in? That's right. He looked down at that poor defenseless woman with those terrifying, intense eyes, and then suddenly threw his books onto the pavement and ran away. I see. This is tough. They seem as though they're telling the truth here. May I remind the court that this unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Now please, continue. Yes, sir! Okay,
Hold it!
more about this one. Was it your husband who went to fetch help?
No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I'm the proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling?
What? Yes, that's right. I asked Mrs. Beat to go. I was off duty by that point. But a Bobby's never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene. Very laudable, Mr. Beat. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance. That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box. Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box? Depends on a crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia the way to the police box for the beat of the incident the incident fell under, so she could go and report it.
I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There is nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know?
And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of true model citizens.
Oh, please. You're making us blush. Isn't he, darling?
Yes, sir! What Patricia said, sir! They are so baby. Let's move on, shall we? Okay, let me go back to that. Ben's trying to sleep. He is just trying to rest. Let him rest.
Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something?
Oh, yes, of course. What is it?
Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so... It seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right? Is it? Well, out with it.
What?
No, it's really not like that at all. My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail, everything. Oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped?
Yes, please tell me the names of the books.
I could tell you the names of every single one I could, every single one. And you dare to question how reliable my testimony is?
Please, 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 I want to know the names of the...
No, you won't do it all. That Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that Rolly will.
I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please put your husband's fists down. Perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Mrs. Beat. Might that appease you?
Oh, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling? I could even tell you the names of the 4 books he dropped at the scene.
Hold it!
Please. Yes, we know that there were books dropped at the scene of the crime, as you say. Those purchased by the accused at the nearby second-hand bookshop on the day in question.
After I'd been to the police box for help, I decided to have a good look over the area for good measure. I'm a proud policeman's wife, after all. I did it for Rolly.
And what was your husband doing at the time?
Oh, he was lying face down in the snow, getting some well-deserved rest. He works ever so hard, you know. Ever so hard. Don't you, my darling?
Interesting way of guarding the scene of the crime. Well, Mrs. Beat, seeing as you've regaled the court with tales of your powers of recollection, would you be so kind as to recount the titles of the books you observed at the scene?
I'd be happy to. Now, are you all listening? There was The Picture of Monsieur Somebody or Other, and What's It Yearnings? Then there was, A Meal for Someone, and the last one was definitely The Thingamies Something.
And if I check the court record... Oh shit, those are the books. There were only 3 of them though, but those actually were the books. Shit, I was hoping she would say something completely different. You see?
Yes, I see there are 1 or 2 holes in your memory.
Oh well, they were along those lines, I'm quite sure.
There were indeed books found at the scene with titles along those lines, as you put it.
Well, what did I tell you? Do I think it's very mean the way you've been implying that my testimony can't be trusted? Don't you agree, darling?
Anyone who upsets my Patricia will have me to answer to. Okay, yes sir, sorry sir. Go back to sleep, sir. Terrifying. Yeah, she really is. So that's it, is it? That's their entire testimony?
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. B saw what they say they saw. Mr. Natsume running away from the scene on Briar Road that day.
Yes, I feel the same.
So if that's true, where does it leave us? Kazuma blah 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 blah.
The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony.
Kazuma.
If Kazuma-sama were here,
What are you trying to say?
I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony.
What do you mean somewhere else?
Their statement about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. But if you could identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them, to make the jury doubt if the pair's memory of the day is accurate.
Right.
Put simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in these statements somewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavourable conclusion.
Ugh. Why do I always seem to be so up against it?
Okay.
Wedding anniversary, out for a meal. I feel like the most important part is going to be the bit she added. First thing that comes to mind is that she says 4 books and there were 3 books dropped at the scene. Alright, I think we might try... Yeah, 1, 2, 3. It could be that the other one is just out of sight, but this is the kind of discrepancy that we're taught to notice.
Objection!
So, you're saying that there were 4 books?
That's right. I remember all of them. Picture of Monsieur Somebody, What's It Yearnings, A Meal for Someone, and The Thingamy Something.
I'm sorry, Mrs. B. But there is a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours.
Oh no, what flaw?
Simply that, at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4.
What?
Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see, there are only 3 books.
But, no, that can't be. I saw them. Oh, I know what it is. Yes, you can't fool me.
Sorry?
That big old lump of a dead body.
The lady's so large her corpse is blocking the view of the 4th book, that's all. Well, let's at least try to remember that the poor woman isn't dead, even if we are insulting her size. No, I'm sorry, Miss Speed. But Mr. Natsume could not possibly have dropped the 4 books you described.
Why not?
Fascinating. And from your assured tone, something you can readily substantiate with evidence, I presume? Poor girl keeps getting mistaken for dead. For real! Leave her alone! Ah. Evidence. Counsel, you'll present evidence to substantiate your claim, or withdraw it. What proof do you have that the accused did not drop 4 books? I have his receipt, which has 3 books on it.
Take that!
The evidence is right here, in the form of this bookshop receipt. From your books? Yes, this receipt details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed.
No!
Therefore, Mr. Natsume would have only dropped 3 books at the scene of the crime. Which means that your powers of observation, madam, cannot be relied upon.
No. So it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken. Oh no! Oh no, I know! No!
Objection!
It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend. Oh no! What? What cannot be denied is that these two witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. A fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving. So you've striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair? Ugh, he sees right through me. But your plan has somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain with the toast. The policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony, in every respect. Oh. You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene on Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found.
Objection!
But what about the photographic print? It only shows 3 books. Right. Only 3 can be seen in that print. That print? You mean to say? Stop it. You are wasting glass. Allow me to present another. One that shows the victim's hand. I don't believe it. It's the 4th book. As you will observe. The 4th book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. No! No! Order! Order! Now, you see? Look at that! Look! Yes.
It's just like I said, isn't it, my darling?
Yes, sir? Patricia's always right, sir. Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Mrs. B, the titles once again, if you please.
Oh yes, of course. The picture of Monsieur somebody or other.
The picture of Monsieur Lecoq.
What's it, yearnings?
Canterbury Yearnings.
A meal for someone.
A meal for Gabriel, in fact. As the court has just heard, the witness remembers the book titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Mrs. Bede's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional.
Did you hear that, Rolly? The gentleman paid me a compliment.
Yes, sir. Flawless, sir.
Patricia is flawless. But there are only 3 books on the receipt, and Mrs. Beat mentioned 4.
There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly the 4th book is that which is shown in this photographic print. Does the book have something cut out of it? Oh, I'm sorry, counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt? It's not odd at all, my lord. It is missing some. As the photograph clearly shows, the 4th was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. The victim was holding her own book? I feel when your partner is flawless. I
wonder, what became of that 4th book?
Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. We will submit that and the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, counsel. My pleasure, my lord. The second crime scene photograph has been entered into the court record. Okay. fourth book has been entered into the court record. I want to have a look at that, please. The prosecution rests. Okay, show me the book. Yeah, okay. This looks like it was caught in the— oh, hydrate! Thank you! I will drink some water. Thank you so much. I'm slowly working my way through my bottle. Okay. This has like— I wonder if it got caught in the fire from earlier. Oh, look! This book has been badly burned. And stretch! Okay, let me do that too. Okay. Thank you guys! You're right. You'd never be able to read it in this state, especially not the latter pages. What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently. A book recently damaged by fire. Why does that seem to raise a red flag with me? Hehehehe. Why did I just see the little— hold my cursor flush light blue for a second. Oh, it was on the title. Let me see. It's a book entitled The Lion's Pride. I'm afraid I don't know any English literature at all, so it wouldn't be something I've heard. Wait a minute. The Lion's Pride? That's strange. I think I have heard of a book by that name before, and very recently too. It's a title I recognize too, Mr. Naruhodo. Huh. Okay, so this is from the scene, which raises a lot of questions and puts our client even more at the scene. Okay. I have nothing further to add. What? You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes. Clearly chewed by a rampaging lion. Wink wink. The spurious longer route to the accused lodgings that you tried to establish in your summation examination, and the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination. Futile? I walked right into this, didn't I? You see, everything we've said is true. Isn't that right, my darling? Yes, Pat! Marry me, Pat! Sir, perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions? Please! Hello! Hello, Lord Van Zeeks, you look like a vampire today too, sir. He gets up in the morning, and he puts, like, white powder on his skin, and he puts on his fancy cravat and his fancy gloves, and he pours himself some bright red wine, and he's like, yes, I am winning. Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? No, please don't vote. You have heard all of the witnesses and seen all of the evidence. This trial has run its course. It really hasn't. It really hasn't, though. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we're in a terribly precarious position. Morning, just saying hi real quick, I gotta run. Good morning! I hope you have a really good day ahead of you. I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse. Think, Ryunosuke, think. What do you do now? Let me read the history again. I could bring up the book with the fire, but this feels like the wrong time. I don't want to wait and leave it too late, but Ryu did just say that if he fights back in the wrong way, he could make matters worse. So I think we wait, and we wait for a contradiction, we wait for the right moment. I should just keep quiet now and see what happens. Well, it appears the defense has no objection at this juncture. In which case... Mr. Naruhodo, was I not clear? Okay, sorry, I will object. Yes, ma'am, sorry, ma'am. The case of the defense is in great danger. Yes, I realize that, which is why I decided to let the sweat drip from my trembling brow in silence. You're so right, sorry. If I don't see anything now, it'll all be over. And it won't end well for us. I can't let that happen.
Hold it!
No, wait! The defense!
Objection!
The defense will have to wait. Because that sapless hesitation cannot go unpunished. Yes, sir, I understand, sir. Isn't your derisive finger-pointing punishment enough? No, my learned friend, it's over. That last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. The die has been cast. There is no more room for debate. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but... I can't think of what to say. I like watching Ryu get flamed occasionally. If I may, Lord Van Zieks? It seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point. Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed. For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene in a moment like this. I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential, and her opinions invaluable. Mr. Naruhodo! This is so cute, what the hell? One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance. The court will hear you, madam. Yay! I'm really glad we got to stick up for her. Go ahead, Mrs. Sato, please. Very well. Ray, what insight can you give us? What we have all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further. Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished. I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you? Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment. Yes, ma'am. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So we must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible. Yes, I understand, and thank you, Mr. Sato. This is it. Sato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. I can't let it go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord. I suppose we present the book. Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into this case and has hitherto been overlooked. We've got our book with the burned back cover. I don't believe there's anything else we can examine on here, but this is surely from the Garadeb's house. And then we have the book in her hand. It's weird that it's in her hand.
Take that!
The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The fourth book, found in the victim's hand.
Objection!
A decisive proof for, perhaps, a decisive turnabout? We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know. Yes, I'm afraid counsel must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. It's the burned nurse! The burned nurse! So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You will identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear? Oh, yes, my lord. It's,
Mr. Naruhodo, I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence, which means you may very well be on the right track.
Yes, I think you might be right. So, counsel, precisely where is the vital clue to this case, which this fourth book conceals?
Got it!
I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question. The back? What do you— Good gracious! It's been burnt to a crisp. So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing.
Objection!
Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend? Oh. Were I to concede the point, if it bears no relation to the case, there is nothing to discuss. So, should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day? Pray, do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide? A charred book. There's just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try.
Alright, I'll explain my theory.
Don't keep us waiting any longer then, counsel. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage this sorry tome has suffered? Its owner. My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth. About the book's owner. I beg your pardon?
But we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hand as she fell to the floor after all. It's obviously hers.
And the question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand has yet to be answered. However, as to the questions of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers. Good gracious, how can you possibly— Very well, I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry. Counsel, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burnt book? I don't know if I should claim Mr. or Mrs. She is here in the jury, which means she can confirm it instantly or deny it instantly as well. I don't remember if it was clear which of them liked lions. It's probably the case where I could present either of them, but I'm gonna sit here and think for a minute. Okay. I think we're gonna go Joan, since she's in court.
Take that!
The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garadab. The landlords? And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know, but how convenient the off chance the Garadabs had something related to the case end up being related to the case. Crazy how that works out. Thank you, HARLOT. Of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Mrs. Garadab herself. Oh my goodness. Me. I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Garadab's wife. I'm his maid. Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. Alright then. How about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garadab's house? I would never presume to know all of the books he keeps, sir.
Objection!
This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused landlady, you say. You implicate this hard-working member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable.
Objection!
This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's house. Good lord, what sort of incident, counsel? A fire, my lord. Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know? The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course, and the bally furniture started going up as well. Worst of it is, I lost my favourite, book called The Lion's Pride. There it is. Thanks for liking, Josh. The Lion's Pride. By Jove, the very same title that's the subject of debate. I am supernaturally, so I hope you will still be alive. Enjoy Supernatural. Oh dear me!
Objection!
This is risible. All you've told the court is that a book by the same name was involved in a fire. In which case, it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself to the scene of the crime. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Garrideb was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garrideb even amid the flames. Oh, how awful! I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love. And you, Rolly, that's you keep yanking his scarf. Absolutely not, sir. My Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir. Had all my favourite old novels in that case. She says, almost choking the poor boy. For real. But as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke. Then the wife started hurling things at me. There was I, back up against the window, under heavy enemy fire, incendiary books coming 10 to the dozen. Thrown out the window. The man had his back up against the window, and he had burning books thrown at him. Goodness gracious, are you suggesting that the book was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
Objection!
No. A thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident. There is no report of the Garrideb's window pane being broken. Well, that's quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Garrideb household. But is it not conceivable that the window was open at the time and— Not even remotely. Let us not forget the season, and the chilling weather that accompanies it. No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter. Does the defense postulate this scenario in all seriousness, counsel? Do you earnestly claim that the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Garrideb's wife? I believe it's a possibility, my lord. Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward. A mean coward. Really? Claiming that our little tiff set the whole neighborhood alight. Honestly. Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake. How could you? Nothing to do with this beastly case, not any of it. All you've done is sully our family's name. No, I assure you that was never my intention. dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense. I should box your ears, that's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable. Too right. If ever there was a white woman. Yeah. Here we go. How long have we sat here now, listening to this Nipponese spouting out his fancy foreign theories? But think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could possibly have stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with the moustache. He ran away from the scene, too. I do declare you're right. It's true. Yes, what did I tell you? Makes sense to me. Huh? Sorry? What's that? Well? It would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Van Zieks? In truth, my lord, I feel that these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then one must always exercise patience in order to savour the best vintage. No! Wait! The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been... Ah! Hey look, Van Zieks' foot reveal. If books are your predilection, my learned friend, study them on your own time. What? No, forgive the discourtesy this time? In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to hear.
Guilty!
Okay, we're doing this again, huh?
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty! Guilty!
Oh, they're so coordinated. Thank you for that unambiguous response. That's twice now. Over. Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up. Mr. Sato? Have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet. You're not suggesting... Of course. The defense has the right to another summation examination at this point. You could still convince the jurors to change their minds. You have one more chance. My lord, the defense asks to exercise its right to a summation examination. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve? I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. No time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. To be continued. Interesting. Alright, I suppose that's the end of part 3? We'll do part 4 as well, but I want to grab a snack quickly. Fill up my water bottle. So I will be right back with you guys. Howdy. Thank you for bearing with me. Okay. Sorry, minimized OBS, 1 second. There we go. Alright, let's move on. We back! I have considered the defense counsel's request for a further summation examination of the jury, and I have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure. So, counsel, we will now proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime. Okay, jurors' contentions. The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books are his.
If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider.
Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to the crime if the window was closed, can it?
Dearie me, it was only a little book, hardly life-threatening, even with a direct hit.
Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tidy bit of trouble. Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneezes. Yes. Considerably more tangible arguments from all members of the jury this time around, it seems. Except for number 6, what was that? Ah, thank you. With one notable exception, of course. My learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness testimony. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene. And moreover, no one else was even at the scene to commit the crime. Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued any other way.
That means, I'm afraid, that during this summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts.
How? What would even constitute a tangible explanation here? Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman, and how? Those 2 details are all you need to provide. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted. And there I was, thinking this might be hard.
But Mr. Naruhodo, you have to do it! Otherwise this really will be where the trial ends. How's the lawyering going?
Bad. It's going quite bad. We have, once again, the entire jury has voted not guilty, and we are desperately exercising our right to yell at them until they change their mind. So let's see if we can find some contradictions in their reasonings. No pressure then. That's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the summation examination, please. I presume you are prepared, counsel?
Oh, yes, my lord.
Alright, Ryanosuke, focus your mind now. He's so cute.
Clearly, the key to this summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid.
Or should I say Mrs. Garadeb?
We have a book that disappeared from the Garadeb's house in the evening of the incident, and the 4th book found in the victim's hand.
There must be a way to link the 2. Yes, that's what we have to find. Using every technique I've learned in my short career so far, whatever it takes.
Don't forget to keep an eye on Mrs. Garadeb and how she reacts, even to the things other people say.
Duly noted, thank you. We get pacing Ryu again! Pogging. Francis rebuttal. Okay. So, accused left behind evidence, the 3 books of his. We need an alternative to get her. This guy thinks that even if Mrs. Garadeb was throwing books, it can't be related. Because Garadeb's is like, you know, it couldn't have killed him. This guy said that he just doesn't want to be here, so we can press him again. And this guy was even more vague.
Hold it!
Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case? Sorry? What's that? You have to speak up, lad. Could you tell us more about that fire? It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. It had 75 candles on the top, it did. What a sight to behold it was. You put candles on a cake? Was it some kind of devil worship? Of course not. It was an angel cake. To celebrate my birthday, obviously.
It seems that's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo.
Anyway, I mustered all my puff to blow them out. Only I must have blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but candles went flying all over the room. Furniture caught and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke. Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold. How did you catch a cold from a fire? What a fiasco it was. The grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as they tried to put out the flames. And then, because the whole room had filled up with smoke, of course, the open window! We had to open all the windows to clear it. Okay, so the window probably was open even though it was a really cold day. The windows. The biting winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave, it did.
A little birthday arson. Ew.
Caught a terrible cold from it. Put me in hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday in a hurry. I knew it was devil worship all along. But something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason.
We need to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Natsume, could have attacked the young woman on the street, as well as how he or she could have done it.
Yes, but once again, the juror statements are full of personal prejudice. I wonder if Mrs. Garadeb happened to throw a knife out the window that just coincidentally struck her. Seems like a bit of a stretch.
Just open the window for the smoke!
A lot of them seem convinced they're right, even in the face of logical arguments to the contrary.
I think you're going to need to pit them against each other to force them to accept an alternative explanation.
Yes. I don't necessarily need to find contradictions between their assertions, just a connection might do the trick. Alright, I'll see what I can do. If anything stands out, I'll go in for a strike. Okay. Let's find a contradiction. Or connection. Evidence at the scene. Harlot was stabbed. Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed. Alright, get him, boy. Kick him.
Objection!
These two juror statements clearly contradict one another. They do? How exactly, counsel? Don't point at me again! I told you it wasn't me! Huh? What's that you say? Speak up, lad, speak up.
Juror number 3, do you see?
No, me? See what, sir?
Did you hear juror number 6's account of his birthday celebrations last year?
It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter.
Well, yes, of course.
Because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you'd be mad not to open the... Oh! Exactly. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garadeb household. And Mr. Garadeb had the following to say about it. The whole place filled with smoke. Oh, my hat! Wait. Hello?
Excuse me!
Excuse me? Juror number 4, do you have something to say about that? Mrs. Garadeb! Oh man, got the window! Oh, dearie me! What is the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am? It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now. What is it? When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window? What? I beg your pardon? What are you insinuating? The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window. And what if we did? Oh, alright then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering. Even though your house was on fire? Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise. Of course. I should have realized.
That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. You managed to establish that the window was open. We simply must have that added to Mrs. Garradeb's formal statement.
Okay, now you mentioned it, yes, the window was open at the time. I'd clearly forgotten, but it's... honestly forgot. Could have been opened. Novel alternative. A burn is fine on the nose at least, yeah. No, that all tracks. Do you have more to say about this? The fourth book found at the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garradeb told us he had been reading. Wow, I really couldn't say. On the day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband the copy of The Lion's Pride that he had been reading? I did. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. And now you come to mention it? Yes. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right. Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset? Because I couldn't, you insolent little man. I didn't remember. At times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on as well, you know. I really don't. I barely noticed I was throwing the book, much less the title of it. Hello?
Excuse me.
What is it, juror number 5? You know something? I've remembered what it was. That memory I'd blocked out. Ah. It was listening to what this granny was saying, brought it all flooding back. Who are you calling a granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Garradeb the maid, I'll have you know. The man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being hit all the time. It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got back home from home after work, like. I put my hand in my pocket for the wages I'd just earned that day, and I nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out. Oh dear, what a disaster. You haven't heard the half of it, boy. Oh? The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I've lost the day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear, stuck into the wall next to me it did, about an inch deep. Wait, are we really going with my crack theory that she threw a knife out the window? No words, just terror. I could smell it then, you know, that god-awful stench of the Thames. I was sure I was going to end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I can tell you. Now, that's a real disaster, isn't it? I'll never use the word lightly again. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When women lose their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it.
Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined.
Susato, you have thrown me so many times. No, I wasn't thinking that.
Throwing household objects at people is, well, it's very uncivilized.
Yeah, civilized people just throw the person instead. Crack theory or ace attorney, always hard to know until the end. Yeah, you know, when you're like, oh my god, maybe the bullet is still in his shoulder.
At least attack with honor, using a bow or the like.
What? Attack? Who are you going to attack?
Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant, I think.
Alright, we'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later. If I dare. A woman in a rage will hurl almost anything at you. Interesting that you say that. Can I really want to pursue this now. Who had the line about the... You're true. Yeah, okay, cool. Fight. These two statements clearly have a deeply significant connection. Good grief. You mean they don't contradict each other? Explain, counsel, at once. Well, juror number 2, do you think perhaps that this could be one such novel alternative? Oh my, whatever do you mean? An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back. What are you talking about? We've demonstrated that the 4th book, The Lion's Pride, that was found at the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Garrideb's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way from the Garrideb household to the street below. What's that now? After all, Mrs. Garrideb could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4? What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole? I am beginning to think that, ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she's had a feeling this might be what happened. Now you listen here, you Eastern Galah. As the foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer. They have galahs in England? What does that word mean, if you're not from Australia? You give us this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house, but what? What was it? Well, I'm really taking a big gamble here. That was a bold accusation to make, and I haven't any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain that at the very least this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that found its way from the Garrideb household to the scene of the crime was... This is such an absurd...
Take that!
Juror number 4, Mrs. Garrideb. What? What now? I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before? Good lord, counsel, what on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged into the victim's back, man! My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Garrideb was hurling anything she could at her husband, who'd been backed up against the window. A window that had been opened to clear the smoke, through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene. You can't seriously believe that the book was found in the victim's grasp. Are you saying that it flew out of the window and across the street to land neatly in her hand? Huh? Even my missus hasn't got aim like that. Yes, I admit, there are many details we don't yet understand. It probably landed in front of her and she, picked it up. But that's the point. That's precisely why. We must not allow this trial to end. Not right now. Oh my. Ah! Mrs. Garrideb, your answer, please. Have you seen this knife before, or not? Oh, Oh my god, did she fully faint? That's sort of answer enough though, right? My lord! I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of my word, after all. Thank you, madam. Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but... I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions. Let's go! We are winning! Mr. Foreman! We are winning! I'd have to agree. Not that I think the granny did it, mind? Yeah, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either. All together now, ladies and gents. Bug champ, bug champ, bug champ. We did it. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. So, As a result of the defense's summation examination, a number of jurors' leanings have changed. 2 jurors called guilty, against 4 now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided, and this trial will continue. Hehehehe! We are winning! Now then, Lord Van Zieks, how does the prosecution wish to proceed? This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. Like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough. Stop it! Get some help! What did wine ever do to you? But what follows is so repugnant, it's good for nothing save the gutter. If I may, Lord Van Zieks, the defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened. Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond, but let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourselves better with the relative positions of those places being discussed. What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time? It should already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Garadeb household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Which means that the distance from the Garadeb's house to the scene is some, yes, 15 yards. Let me see. 15 yards. That's around 14 meters. 14 meters? Oh, that's a little farther than I'd imagined. And, as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted as having portentous significance, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smouldering book, once only held by the lady of the house, travelled some 15 yards, to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. No! That is not what I'm claiming here. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? It would have landed on the ground and she picked it up, and then the knife hit her, and then she collapsed, book in hand. And did the jackknife follow a near identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots. If you're coming for Herlock Sholmes right now, Susato is going to get you. She is going to, like, maim you. There's nothing I can say to that. That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice. Mr. Sato. Serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he! Maybe let's pick our battles here. My lord, might I be allowed to speak? As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense. Yes, go ahead. Morning! How are you today? Welcome, welcome. We are fighting for our fucking life in court. The beast awakens. Susato is going to bite, kill, kill. The prosecution may consider the idea a fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end, juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garadeb, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination. Thanks alive! Cross-examination of a juror! Yes, please, yes. Oh my god, their scarves really are joined. I've been wondering about that. Order! 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 Well, this is highly irregular. It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness.
Objection!
Die mad about it. Stop wasting wine. And unnecessary. Lord Van Zieks. There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend's farcical theory has any truth to it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before this couple's eyes. And we must assume they would be able to testify accordingly. What say you, witnesses?
Yes, sir. Constable Rolly Beat reporting for duty, sir.
Well? Good morning, officer.
Sorry for dozing until now, sir. I haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared on my beat, sir. Oh, they are so heroic, these London bobbies. Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more. Oh, Rolly, my hero, you make me swoon.
Very well. I hereby reject the defense's request.
Oh.
And order the witnesses in the stand to testify again. State forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events.
Yes, sir. Okay. This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb. Believe me, a London bobby is good for his word. You see, sir, the windows on the top floor of the Garadeb house are top-hinged casements. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir.
Okay, that was a lot of nothing. Well, this is quite startling. Top-hinged casement windows. That detail was not in the police report, Constable.
What? The little Uwu fingers? The little Uwu pleading fingers? Well, yes, I'm sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy.
You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable.
No, sir.
Sorry, but what exactly is a top-hinged casement window? And you cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend. Of course. Sorry.
I found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's room.
Alright, I'll try.
So the window opens in... So the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. But as it's a top-hinged casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see.
I'm glad you've rectified your ignorance. The casement window's most prominent feature is its stay, a metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount.
It prevents its opening.
This is all news to me. Absolutely correct, sir.
In other words, if a book or knife were to have been thrown through the open window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below. Fuck. No.
You see the problem, then? Good. Your education in windows is complete. There was never any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered, something we've discounted already.
But that can't be. Did you see that, Rolly? That young Japanese man just collapsed in agony.
Oh yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw how he crumbled before me.
Oh, Rolly, you're so strong.
How is this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and already my argument's been destroyed. Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again. The court awaits your cross-examination. My lord. Oh good. Another desperate situation. Come on, Ryu. Desperate situations is what we're good at. We'll find something in here. Let's just start at the start. Case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett. How do you know that?
Hold it!
Explain yourself. How can you say that for certain? A very good question, sir. And the answer is this. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty. He showed us that before, didn't he? Did he? I can't say I remember. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. It's what the job's all about. And that is why I can stand here today beside my long-suffering wife and tell you Bobby's good for his word. While rubbing my tired eyes admittedly. So. Oh, Rolly, you're so manly. Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. This has gotten a little disgusting now that he's woken up. It's a little much. No, none of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett? Ah, I see, sir. You should have said so earlier, sir. Yes, well, so could you answer the question? That was a waste of time then. Absolutely, sir. I will answer it to the fullest of my ability, sir. There's a surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's domestic dispute can't be related to this case. But before I get into that, sir, just one thing. Yes? I'd very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. So I hope you'll take back some tales of us London Bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles. I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived here. So to that end, sir, I'd be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears. Thank you. I'll try. New evidence, new evidence. Let me at it. Awfully a lot of crime despite all that. Yeah, you know? Wait, I have to present? Okay, we're just gonna pretend we're presenting and look at the... Examine. A policeman will strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. A patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furtherance of community relations. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. So wouldn't it be quite interesting if, say, let's just say, since there are these hinged windows that are only open so far, wouldn't it be interesting if they a book was thrown and it bounced against them and it clattered to the ground, and someone walking past picked it up, and then a knife a moment after also sailed out the window, clattered against the other side and fell directly down, and we know that the person who picked up the book would be in the line of where the thrown things were landing, and so a police officer would have discovered that, and he's dead fucking tired. And it's on his beat, but just across the other side of the road. Well, that's not his jurisdiction. So they drag the body. Okay, hang on. How do I press this? Let me... If anything would be thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. Did leave the scene to go and fetch help. My trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. Which one can we, Funny that, moving on. Yeah, that, you know, that's just a hypothetical. Don't worry about that though. Let's get some more information about these top hinged casements. How peculiar they are. By which you mean they don't open fully, is that correct? Yes, sir. They're just there to allow a bit of air through the house, you see. They're restricted as to how much they open. And therefore, anything thrown out of the window from inside the room would simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map. Here is the location where objects would have fallen. Yes. directly opposite the scene of the crime, on the other side of the rather wide road. Would it have been so hard for somebody to mention this top hinge casement thing before? Well, I have another question for you, Constable. And what would that be, sir? How do you even know? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's house is furnished with? Ah, well, sir, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday. Ma'am? Do you have something to say? Do you have something to add, Mrs. B? Sorry? You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that? Oh, I was just remembering, that's all. We really were so lucky. Lucky? What do you mean? Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. But we were just so lucky it didn't happen on Rolly's beat. It was so close, you see. Was it now? Do go on. Do tell me more. Oh, I hadn't realized. Oh yes, that street, Briar Road. That's the boundary between Rolly's beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love? Isn't that fucking right, my love? Constable B. Huh? Yeah. That's right. What a coinky-dink. That's the reason I was helping out with interviewing the occupants of the Garrideb household yesterday. Their house is on my beat, you see. That? That really was cutting it close then. That feeling the vindication for fucking real. I am like, yes! Hell yeah! Literally, that felt so good to hear. Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. If the Garrideb household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well? Outside Mr. Garrideb's house? Yes, ma'am. The pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat. I see. I was unaware of that. But just think, if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of Briar Road, we would never have been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. But that's the life of a Bobby, after all. Extraordinary people, our Bobbies, tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners. You know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Rolly for all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling? That must be it, Pat, my love. That must be it. I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially on record. Leave it to me, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll take care of it immediately. Case files information has been updated. Pavement where the victim was found lies just outside Constable Beat's beat, the border of which runs down the middle of Briar Road. Ain't that peculiar? And now it's my turn, I think. Obviously, they want to see if anything had been thrown out of the window, they would have seen it. You sure would have. See? Ben left, and Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed, you say? Nothing at all? And you didn't take your eye off and nothing was strange.
Hold it!
Nothing to report. That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time. Never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it, except the body. In spite of that on the yard's honor, sir. Really? That seems a little strange. Beg your pardon, sir? Strange, sir. Seems altogether regular to me. This burnt copy of The Lion's Pride was originally in the Garrideb household. So the question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time, and you claim that nothing, like if something was thrown out the window you would have seen it? Aha! Could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burnt as well? Mr. Man of Slumber, she's starting to seem sus. He sure is. Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As we can see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder. Get his ass for you. Well, sir, that book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scene. Is that so? There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. The true mysteries of how that knife ended up in her bag and how that book ended up in her hand, there must be some common thread between them. Can I ask you something? Please, Mr. Lawyer, sir. Oh, yes, of course. What is it? You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell. What? I wasn't really, I mean, what's she doing? Please, just because I'm a woman, it doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. You might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am. I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you. No excuses, I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord, you'll let me speak, won't you? Yes, Mrs. Beat, I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage one. That was a very loud mutter. I heard that! That Japanese man thinks a policeman's wife's word counts for nothing, does he? Well, watch out, sir! I might let you get away with something like that, but my Rolly won't. Duly noted, Mrs. B. Please, I humbly ask you to continue. What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder? I know what I saw. My eyes never let me down. My sense of direction is a little off sometimes, though. What do you mean by that? Mrs. B, nobody is questioning what you've told us. I saw it, I did. That evening I saw it clearly. Dolphin! Let's go! That little Eastern man with the whiskers and the funny curved back slinking away from the scene. And I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky. All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction? Oh, yes, well, that's a little embarrassing, really. Did you maybe happen to think that the crime happened on the other side of the road to what it did, and then you were pleasantly surprised? I'm always ending up at the wrong place when I've made arrangements to meet Rolly. He gets ever so cross. Yeah? Excuse me? Constable B, is there a problem? No, sir. No problem, sir. Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Oh, well, in a way, sir, yes, sir. I was just remembering that the same thing happened that evening, is all. You mean Mrs. Beat lost her way on the night of the incident? Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over from mine. But she was gone a fair bit longer than what I was expecting. I thought she'd be back inside 10 minutes, but my darling was gone a good 15. Oh, Rolly, you're such a tease. But the reason I was so long was because of the bouquet, silly. The bouquet? Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about? Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Rolly's so romantic. He saved up for it with farthings and halfpennies he found in the gutter while doing his rounds. Yes, how romantic. I'd forgotten all about it until just now. Had you, my darling? Ah! Yes. But that was just between us. No talking about it to anyone else, darling. You have to promise. Really? Oh. What was that all about? Constable Beat looked very obviously troubled during that exchange. I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo. But I'm quite sure of one thing. We have to ask Mrs. B about the bouquet. Mrs. B, this bouquet you just mentioned. I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, please. Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to! Are you scared, Van Zieks? Are you trembling in your little goth boots? You should be. What happened was, I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while.
Hold it!
You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime? Yes, that's right! Oh, I was so upset. But, hang on though. Hang on though. There's no bouquet here. There's no bouquet here. Ain't that interesting? When we ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back, I was so shocked I dropped the bouquet Rolly gave me. I was in a dark spot where the streetlights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice at first. And then you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on. Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. That's when I spotted my bouquet again. But the fun thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all. Isn't that so interesting? Isn't that just so interesting? In case you need reminding, Mrs. B, the victim is not deceased. I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road. Your husband, presumably. That's right. Silly me, I'd gone over to the wrong side of the street. Although, I'm going to blame the bouquet this time. I can't think how it got there, I really can't. So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of Briar Road to the opposite. Curious indeed. I don't really think it was the bouquet that moved. Isn't it? But the worst of it is I forgot to pick the bouquet up again when we left the scene. That beautiful rose Rolly bought me, with that change from the gutter he spent so long collecting. By bouquet, do you perhaps mean this sorry solitary rose? Oh, yes! Yes, that's it! That's it! That's the bouquet Rolly bought for me during our anniversary, with old bits of change he found in the gutter. Maybe just call it a rose. Tell us, Lord Van Zieks, where did you come by the flower? According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garadev household. In front of the Garadev's house. Although it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case, since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare. Oh, thank you, sir, thank you. Could I have it back now, please? No, I think for good measure, this rose should be added to the court record as evidence. Oh. Yeah, present from Patricia Beat from her husband Rolly. The shock of seeing the stabbed victim caused Mrs. Beat to drop the rose where she stood. But it's a symbol of our love. Okay, any other details on the rose? An English rose. It's such a beautiful flower. This is the rose, is it? I've never seen one before. Do you not take an interest in flowers, Mr. Naruhodo? I wouldn't say that exactly. I do know 3 types, at least. Hush. 3? Yes. Plum blossom, peach blossom, and cherry blossom. You should consider branching out, learning some that aren't fruit tree based, for example. Get his ass. Okay, it's just an ordinary, cheap rose. It's pretty. I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back. Good grief. Rest assured I shall do my very best not to forget, Mrs. Beat. Okay. Where exactly do I need to present evidence here? Let me think. Okay. Nothing strange to report. Oh, I didn't mean to press on that. Sorry, I hit my controller. Let me skip through this. I believe we've already been through this dialogue. Fully whacked my controller on my desk and hit the button. Yes, yes, book, etc. Okay, common thread. And then we get our little... Well, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you make of all of this? Yes. The whole idea of an invisible attacker has been troubling me all along. But I believe I'm starting to get a picture of what really happened here now. The fourth book that had no business being at the scene of the crime made me sure that Mrs. Garrideb was hiding something from us. But it's becoming increasingly clear that someone else has been hiding something from us as well. I think I may already be armed with everything I need to strike a decisive blow here. This time, it's going to expose the whole truth about this mysterious affair. Okay. I want to go to the Nothing is Strange. Didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, nothing strange to report on that front, sir. And yet, the bouquet that was dropped when she saw the body seems to have quote-unquote moved across.
Objection!
You claim, Constable B, there was nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes you were guarding the scene. But that cannot be. What do you mean to say? In your testimony just now, Mrs. B, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to that beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Objection!
Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road to where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of that meager bouquet, if a single sorry bloom can be so described, no doubt it was blown in the wind across the street, back into the gutter where it belongs. Meager?
Objection!
But if that were the case, why did Constable B not testify to the fact? No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. Constable B swore that on Scotland Yard's honour. But the bouquet belonged to me. It has nothing to do with the case. That's why Rolly didn't mention it, I'm sure. No. Sadly, it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way round. What are you talking about? Think about it. There was no gumshoe to be found near the scene of the crime because he's a rogue. Besides Mrs. Beat's bouquet, there's Mr. Garrideb's book. Mr. Garrideb's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here, on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here, on the opposite side of the road, in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet should have been dropped here, at the scene of the crime, on the east side of the street. But in fact, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road, in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's house. There's no logical explanation for those things, unless somebody deliberately moved them. What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Rolly's done something wrong. Don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says. Withering on about books and bouquets, why should we care? It's a nitpicking, that's what it is. Oh, good. Mrs. Garrideb's come round. You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Garrideb, but deliberately meddling with the scene of a crime is a criminal offense. It's called, tampering, Mr. Naruhodo. But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it, for a very subtle but compelling reason.
Objection!
tampering? You've barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend, who would possibly have had cause to carry out such an elaborate deception?
Rolly B. Yes, there is someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all the testimony points to that one particular person.
Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime?
Take that!
Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Constable Rolly B, it was you. What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard?
What nonsense! Why would my Rolly do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband. No Bobby works more tirelessly for the people of London.
Mrs. B, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it.
You're making it up! It's all nonsense! It's all lies!
I'm definitely more straight than him.
What about that Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it.
Objection!
If that was true, Constable B would have seen him do it.
Oh. And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. B, it was after the defendant had fled the scene. Ah! Well...
Objection!
First you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate a policeman as well? Your accusations lack one very important thing. You claim the crime scene was tampered with, but there is only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime: to hide something.
That's right, he's right! My husband and I just happened to be here, that's all. So why would we have anything to hide? It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, ACAB, Banzai! You offered no motive for this alleged tampering. Thank you for giving me an opportunity, I will gladly offer you a motive. And until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats. Constable B had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair.
Mr. Naruhodo, have you managed to solve this mystery?
Counsel, you have made a very serious accusation against a London police officer. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering.
Yes, my lord. Deep breath, Ryu, we can do this.
Constable B's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide where the victim fell. Your Honor, ACAP. Where the victim fell to the ground. That is what this Bobby had to cover up, at all costs. What?
Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Briar Road. We saw it happen, remember? It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know.
Well, that's certainly what everybody has been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all.
What? What?
I am beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, Counsel. If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend. Where are you proposing that the crime actually took place that evening?
Over here.
Take that!
But that's on the opposite side of the road.
I don't understand.
On the evening in question, Mr. Garadab's book fell directly down from the open window above, and your bouquet, Mrs. B, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself. That was a very good spin. I'm so proud of you, Ryu. Good gracious! Good gracious!
Objection!
Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place.
That's right, I saw it, with my own eyes!
It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was the typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid, that was actually on the west side of Briar Road.
No, that's not true, it can't have been!
Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in this print. The victim herself, the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road. Extraordinary. But the constable overlooked one thing.
What? What did he overlook?
The bouquet, I presume. Exactly.
The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Dijk said it wasn't noticed until the morning as it lay where the street lamps cast no light.
Yes, it couldn't be seen in the dark, obviously.
Which is why it was only the bouquet
that was found in its original position, on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond? Constable Rolly Beat? Oh my god. Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again. But I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important?
Oh, Rolly! It isn't true, is it? What that lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is, because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know!
Man, this man's gonna lose his job and his wife. I had a dream. A terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything come out. Everything exposed. Really, it seems it wasn't a dream at all. Good golly! Get him, Ryu! Order! Order! What on earth is the meaning of all this?
Oh, Rolly, why? Why would you do something like this? Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it?
Not a corpse, but yes. Wishing the victim dead should be one too. Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London Town. I can't say, sir. What? Because poor guy couldn't catch a break. Maybe if you didn't work the bobbies so hard, we wouldn't be in this situation. I believe this is an institutional issue. I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the Yard's reputation. For everything. I have a possible explanation. For why, on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason. What? How could you possibly know? You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman. And yet, Lord Van Dijk, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory.
He called us extraordinary. He said we're an extraordinary young lawyer.
Counsel for the defense, if you please.
Yes, my lord.
Now then, I think you had better show us some evidence. At once, my lord. England, Japan, it makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions. What gives away the motive for Constable Beat's unthinkable actions? That would be the warrant card.
Take that!
Judge Sensei! Woo woo woo. I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land, and I have only just arrived from Japan, which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that, though honourable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example. Keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on his beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that the young Bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly. But for Constable B, the day in question was special. Special? How? On account of this bouquet, my lord.
Oh yes! It was our very first wedding anniversary.
Constable B had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife, and was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal. When he and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road. When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them, what must have gone through the man's mind?
But sir, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat puts up with a lot being married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care.
This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend to me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Aha! Constable Beat. Is that, or is that not, the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day? Yes. Everything you said. It's alright. So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat. Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat. Good gracious! Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you have done? It was the first time since I became a copper that I'd ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We've got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Why here? Why did this have to happen here? And why tonight, of all nights? Why? It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then, when I opened my mouth to speak, it just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the next beat to mine, Pat. So you'll have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Meersham Street, and then... Sasato's shining little eyes. This is so sad. Institutional issue. And the juror who won't be able to afford food for his family tonight because he was on jury duty. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, Constable. I just wanted just that one night to take my Patricia out for dinner.
Oh, Rolly.
Just that one night. You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. And so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction, just across the street to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighbouring beat's care. You see, I thought... Well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see. I beg your pardon?
Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, my Rolly would never have left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement.
Ah, I see your meaning now. But God got me back for my sins, didn't he? That's why. That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat.
Oh no, Rolly, that was all my fault. I should never have dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Rolly.
And can you tell us, Constable, how many books did you move from the one side of the road to the other in total? Oh, 4 it was. Yes, sir. Definitely 4. 3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs in the Garrett household, of course. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? When all the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean. Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it. How you found it? What do you mean? When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So, when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. You're sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding? Oh yes, sir. No doubt about it, sir. Interesting. The 4th book's information has been updated in the court record. It was in the victim's hand. Okay, it all comes together. We will wrap up so soon. We are going to get... Hold on, phrasing. We are going to prove that Mr. Natsume is innocent. I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see? There were only 2 people at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen. However which way you looked at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who'd done it. I thought... I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it all over the road would make a jot of difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it. My lord. Yes, Lord Van Zieks? I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw. I'm sorry, this is a little bit moe. Is Van Zieks just trying to let the constable have a break? Is he trying to make sure he gets an afternoon off before he has to face consequences? Or is he just mad that now he's losing? I think he might have a heart in there. Yes, sir!
Mr. Prosecutor, sir. What will become of my Rolly? What will happen to him?
For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course.
Please, don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late.
Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired.
Alright then, my love.
One last thing, Constable. Sir? Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you.
Yes, sir.
Carve that lesson in your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime.
Never again, sir? You mean to say...
Leave now. This trial is not yet over.
Sir!
I think he's doing a nice thing right now. I think Van Zieks just showed that he has a little bit of a heart in there. Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought of a third party transplanting the entire scene of a crime like that? Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here. Principally, that the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume, is the only person who could possibly have committed this crime. Wrong, actually. Oh, thank you, Ryu. No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back.
Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already.
Lord Van Zeeks, is this true? Very well. Name the person if you will, and if further investigation is warranted. The prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing. You will name this other person who could have perpetrated the crime. That's Joan.
Take that!
The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord. Once again?
My assistant made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case,
it's imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garadab.
Me? Oh, dearie me.
Objection!
That request has already been denied.
Objection!
Situation is very different now. Mrs. Garadab, answer me this. What do you want now, you little toad? At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Garadab. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited. And to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks out over Briar Road. Well, what of it? Gotta knock the Karen down a peg? Hehehehe. You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the open top-hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident. Yes, and as I said, what of it? During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Garadab. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, have you really never laid eyes on it before? I don't recall it. Seriously? Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? And anyway, the man over there in all that regalia said members of the jury needn't testify, didn't he? Conveniently, yes.
Objection!
No. I have no recollection of saying that at all, juror number 4. He kind of is a Miles Edgeworth type, huh? But like Miles post Reformation. Oh. Make no mistake, you jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. Do you know something about this knife, madam? Let the truth come out. But that's just a common old garden knife. It could have come from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how would you expect me to know? What's that? Are you joking? What are you saying, please, Miss Garadab? You've got several just like that at home, you say? How interesting. Now you listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought of that. I injured someone. You hear? I couldn't bear it. Chad, welcome. Hi, thank you for following. Oh, the poor woman. So, yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist on this being my fault. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife if that's what you think. Come along now, chop chop. Do your worst. Well... Well, Mr. Naruhodo? If I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Then take the stand, juror. The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman. Yes! Hug, hug, hug. Thank you, Lord Van Zieks. I'm going to have to testify. Juror number 4. As I'm sure you will appreciate, having observed it with your own eyes today, witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed. Truths of which the witnesses themselves may not have even been aware. Oh, dearie me. So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Garadeb. And mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, counsels? Certainly, my lord. Oh, that's what I'm hoping for, my lord. He's so cute. He's doing his absolute best. This music score is so good. This is such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. Gotta fake it until you make it. You're doing it, Ryu! I'm here, in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer. I'm so proud of him. Witnesses. Sorry. Witness. State your name and occupation. Oh, yes, my name is Joan Garadeb. And I'm, well, I'm a juror and such like. It sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid or what anymore. The court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madam? Yes, my lord. You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth. Oh dearie me. Chin up, Droney. Nothing to worry about now. Oh, you came to support her. Oh, I didn't know you were here, John. John and Joan. The little sparkly eyes. Wasn't only you in the room that day, old thing, was it? Rather think I ought to testify as well, don't you? But what about your knee, dear? Don't you worry about that. Hardly notice it. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone. Oh, John. I presume you are Mr. John Garadeb. Yes, sir. Former 2nd Lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers. Sir. Seen my fair share of action and now living the quiet life, as it were. A quiet life? Were you not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question? Well, yes. Quite. I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of the British court. Oof, Pansy. He's really getting his ass, huh? Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question. Watching the guy while he's burnt. Sir, at once. Alright, what have we got here? The Battle of Garadeb. Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. Knocked a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out though and got the window open. Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him. Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I'd notice if 1 or 2 went missing, I'm afraid. If that bally thing in the victim's back really was one of ours, you'll have a job proving it, I think. Okay. It sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening. Although an entirely one-sided assault, it seems. The enemy caught us on the hop, sir. Had no chance but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling us for another minute, we'd have been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware that on every battlefield, you're just a gnat's whisker from death at any moment. Are we still talking about a marital quarrel here? Well, I must say I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife. In combat, one's focus narrows such that surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end. Van Zieks may well be right.
Well, whatever the chances, we only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, I'm afraid so. I love this dude's theme. All of the themes in this are so good. They really went off with the soundtrack. Very well, counsel. Begin your cross-examination. Okay. I want to hear more about this this knife. Okay, skirmish. Yeah, use that fire. Okay. Picking up whatever I could find to throw at him. Did that include a knife?
Hold it!
Did you also pick up a knife to throw at him? Even though the room was on fire?
As far as I was concerned at the time,
It was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw.
that is most certainly not true of a Susato takedown, Mr. Naruhodo.
How did she know I was thinking that?
So, please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was the knife among the items that you threw at your husband that day?
In all honesty, I don't recall. But I feel I must point out that I'm no monster.
Let me see. Bread, a cabbage, garlic, a towel, and a sponge, a napkin.
Hello? She sure took that personally. The way Susato reacts to people mentioning violent women is so funny. Beloved. You can go feral, babe. Don't worry about it. Go crazy.
Excuse me.
You have something to add, sir?
Mr. Garrida.
Well, don't shoot! Sorry. I beg your pardon? Love an unhinged woman. Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind? Nothing of any significance, no. Just that the barrage of projectiles the odd thing launched in my direction was somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, and the fire poker I seem to recall. Ouch. And the woman's aim is uncanny. She lands at a direct hit with every valid into his pipe! Good grief, woman, we're not at home now. This is a court of law.
Oh, dearie me. Ever so sorry, dear.
What's she even doing with a teapot in here?
Honestly, John, I would never have thrown such things at you, obviously.
Well, take a look at this then. How do you suppose that happened, Your pipe, sir? Had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did. Yes. When I went to pick up the thing up, it was broken in two. I'd like to see a sponge do that sort of damage. I see. Your pipe was broken. It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I've managed to bandage the thing up for now.
You are one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear?
I wonder what we should make of this account. Important, please. The defense believes Mr. Garadev's remarks just now to be of great significance.
Objection.
Get off my dick! This war veteran's words only tell us one thing. Betray a fiery wife, and pipes, as well as hearts, may be broken. Sentimental wisdom, perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to the formal testimony. Indeed. Common sense, one might say. But there's more information. In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir? Well, I don't see why not. Oh, dearie me. There you go again, trying to ingratiate yourself with the young lady. Very well. The court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence. It fell to the floor during a domestic dispute he had with his wife, and broke. I hope I didn't speak out of turn, Mr. Naruhodo. I was just feeling rather disappointed for you that your request was turned down. Thank you, Susato. Let's have a look at that pipe. A notch is missing. There's a small nick out of the bowl here, look. It appears to have been made relatively recently. And see how there are little scrapes and dents all over it? It's clearly a well-loved pipe. Yes, you're right. It seems to me recently that being well-loved goes hand in hand with getting some battle scars. This particular nick is catching my eye though. A curious nick? That's just Phoenix. Because it's clearly new. Ain't that interesting? It looks to be in a sorry state with that bandage around it, doesn't it? But for some reason, it feels slightly ominous to me, like it's trying to shout out a warning. Probably because it's the same blue as Mr. Garadeb's dressing gown. I suppose it must have considerable sentimental value to Mr. Garadeb, given that he's gone to the trouble of repairing it like this. Either that, or he can't afford to replace it. Cool! Oh no, it's fine. Thanks to Susato-san, we have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully. Well, thank you for that rebuttal, Mr. Garadeb. Now, if we could return to the crux of the matter. What can you tell the court about the knife used to attack the victim? Hold on, I don't want to present anything, I just want to go back to the court record. I feel like yeah, what's this? I was gonna say, I feel like I didn't look inside the pipe. Oh, something just twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe there. Yes, I saw it. Something stuck in there, I think. Let's turn it over and give it a shake. What's this? It's a tiny fragment of metal. It looks like the tip of a blade or something. The tip of a blade? Surely it couldn't be. No fucking way! The top of the knife? Oh! Oh my god. I was looking in here, I wanted to like find out if he... but... Okay, that's way more evidence than I expected that to be. Okay. How do I... If I go back to presenting and... Does that definitely match? I don't want to get called out by Van Zeeks where it's like, oh no, it's a different bit of knife. I do enjoy how often you miss the crucial details. I'm trying to be more aware of it. I was like, I miss things all the time. I should go back over that. Oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo, just at the tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing. Oh wait, part of it's missing? I could be wrong, but I've just got a feeling. You remember this? That's the tiny fragment of metal that we found inside Mr. Garadeb's pipe. Yes, and just maybe... Oh my, it's a perfect fit! Pug! Somehow I just knew it. Pug. Okay. Can't say you'd notice if one or two went missing, huh? That belly thing in the victim's back really was one of ours. We'd have a job proving it, you say. Hang on. I don't know if I want to present on this one or this. Well, I think we'll do this one. Let's just present the fragment.
Objection!
Mr. Garadeb, could I ask you to take a good look at this, please? You can ask, but I can't see a belly thing. You can't? Used to call me Dead-Eye Deb back in the regiment, of course. That was some time ago now. even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days. I struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest.
Oh, he does. Hearing me, it's rather wearying being asked about every other letter and every other word.
You must be very busy. Queen, hi! How are you tonight? What is that? A tiny scrap of metal? Yes, almost certainly from the tip of a blade. Awake? Good morning. And what may appear at first to be just a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence. Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence? It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Garadeb's pipe. My pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how that got there. Oh, isn't that curious? Isn't that so interesting? And what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Council? Are you suggesting that it is in some way related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road? Menzies, my beloved! He's so fun. I am. What? When put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth of this case, my lord. He is pretty. He was a bit nice before as well. It shocked me. He showed kindness, empathy. You appear rather confident in that extraordinary statement, Counsel. Very well then, present the pertinent evidence to the court. What evidence, when paired with this fragment of metal, allegedly reveals the truth of this entire case? The knife.
Take that!
This is the knife that was found in the victim's back. If you look closely, you will see that there is a small piece at the tip of the blade that is missing. A common issue with the inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave the tips lodged in their victims' bones. And what of this particular knife? No doubt its tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim.
Objection!
Ronnie? Hi! Good morning! You have come just as we are busting this case wide fucking open. We've got him. No, that's not the case. The tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Garadeb's pipe. Good grief. Lord Van Zeeks. I don't believe it. The knife- So dramatic! Can't take him seriously like that. Dipping in real quick to double check sticker order dates. A, objection is Phoenix, and A, excuse me, is Ryu. Yeah, that's correct. Sorry to make myself only contactable via Twitch stream right now. I saw that you had sent a message. I will be getting to that as soon as I end stream. Knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match. Good golly gosh! Order? Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery? Bro! Come on! This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle. A miracle? So Van Zeeks has figured it out, has he? Counsel, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once. Yes, my lord. The crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Garadeb's pipe? Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony. I had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did. Yes. It could never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Oh, dearie me. During the argument between these two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mrs. Garadeb flung this knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Garadeb, instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time. which caused the tip to break off. Of course. Good lord! Yes, and that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Garrodeb's pipe. The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1! And yet, there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out of the open window. In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the Garrodeb's house, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below. Oh gosh, oh dear, oh no! Oh my god, she's standing on a crate and his back is all singed from the fire. What now? What do you possibly have to say now? What? Hi! Serena! Welcome! Thank you for following! How are you today? A full-bodied theory. I'll give you that. Hi, I'm new here. That's an Aussie accent, I hear. It sure is. Also Australian? It's a pleasure to meet you. A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points, plausibly arranged to create an almost passable vintage. Okay, you're being condescending now. Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his argument. I'm Filipino, lovely to meet you. Oh my god, that's so cool. Sorry? But, after all, it is just a theory. The bottle, I fear, is corked. Because, you see, it's spoilt by an insurmountable inconsistency. An insurmountable what? Lord Van Zeeks, explain yourself. Wait, hold on, before we progress. Serena, you were follower number 69, which is so nice and poggers. Welcome. Lord Van Zeeks, explain yourself. I'm 2 hours behind you. I'd love to journey this game with you. Please! What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified? An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with the knife planted in the middle of her back. Yes, in her... That's right! You silly little man! Now, Joan, old thing, what are you getting so excited about? Let us consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the knife that struck her had fallen from above, there's no possible way it could have planted itself into the victim's back. But the book went out first. She leans down, she picks up the book, she gets hit, and then with the knife when she's bending over. Order! Quite right, you see? That's exactly right. If the knife had fallen on her from above, I'm but a simple lassie supporting the other fair ladies on Twitch, hashtag girl power. Yeah, pug! Hashtag girl power. Hehehehe. We're nearing the end of this case, but we've still got one more to go for this game, and then the entire second game, I believe. It would have struck her on the top of her head. Well, so you see, but, he's lost for words, look. I knew it. I never liked his theory in the first place. I don't know, though. What really did happen? What happened was she picked up the book first. Please, can we come back to the book? It would appear the defense has made rather a spectacular blunder. If a theory has even one inconsistency, it cannot stand. Your theory, my learned friend, is history. Oh, Ryu, don't give up. We were so close. I could see the truth. I was so sure we were on the right track. Girls chat? Chat of girls? Chat of mostly girls. Not cheeky. You see, members of the court, the human body has this thing called joints, and they do this thing called bending. Thank you, Queen. That is exactly. But now the way has been blocked completely by just one simple inconsistency. You've got to appreciate how, like, hypocritical it is, right? If the defense's theory has a single inconsistency, end of the world. End of the fucking world. But if the prosecution's theory makes no sense and it's impossible that our client did it, like where did he get the knife and what was his motive? No, that's fine, just send him to the death penalty. Don't worry about it. Or in other words, we simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency and the theory will stand. Miss Susato? You mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were just caught off guard, that's all, and your mind went blank. But if the path you were on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. Kazuya over Edgeworth. Wait a minute, who? Kazuya? Kazuya again? Kazuma over Edgeworth? Frankly, I am enticed to. Kazuma, okay. I was like, oh my god, is this a character I haven't met? Kazuma, man, I love Edgeworth. He's such a complex character. He's so interesting. The way he and Phoenix bounce off each other is so cool. In terms of personal preference, good, sweet, lovely, wonderful boy Kazuma appeals to me far more. But I am always going to be a Miles Edgeworth lover as well. Ryu over Phoenix for me too. I'm not sure if I agree there. I really, really, really love Ryu. He's wonderful. Phoenix has a bit of bite to him that Ryu doesn't quite have. Phoenix is just a little bit sassier. And for me that like clinches it. I mean, Kazuma left you as soon as you met him. Feels bad, man. Man, the fucking misery of it all. That is... Look, okay. I know that it's literally the exact same as the original trilogy, like, it's just Mia, but it caught me so off guard. I should have been expecting it, and I was not even a little bit. I also have slightly more context. Yeah, I bet. The key to this is in the court record, I'm sure. All the information you need is there. Yeah, the book. It's the book. It's the book. The book is the key here, right? I miss Kazuma so much, it's unreal. It seems you have nothing to say, my Nipponese friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. You have a Discord server? I do not. I have been thinking about setting one up so that I can let people like use emotes. So maybe we'll get that going like later this week. But yeah, as of the moment I do not yet have a Discord server, sorry. Also my partner and I love to dunk on pansies. He is this gothic clown of a man. I adore him. I love him. I want to like push his head underwater and fuck up all of his hair, you know? A tacit acceptance that your theory is fatally flawed.
Objection!
This inconsistency doesn't mean I was on the wrong track. It means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. It's a test. He's so dramatic and his counter-arguments can be so flimsy. For real, he is propped up on nothing except for, like, gothic flair. I want to be friends with everyone here. We've honestly got such a nice community going on. We've just got such a cute little small group of people. Everyone is so lovely all the time. Yes. If the knife fell on the victim from above, there's no way that it could have hit her in the middle of her back. Under normal circumstances, that is. Get him, Ryu! What are you implying? Counsel? There is a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. That can explain how the knife that fell from above could have pierced the victim's back. Phoenix definitely has the bite of someone who graduated. He does! And like, I don't know, I think his motivation is more absurd and therefore fun as well. Like, Ryu was like, okay, my best buddy tasked me with this thing, I ended up on this boat, I'm gonna persevere for the sake of, like, his dying wish and for Susato because she needs to complete, like, her dream, and if I do this, I can help her with that. And Phoenix is like, oh my fucking god. My friend from when I was 10, who I haven't seen in, like, 15 years, or, like, 10 years, has decided that he doesn't want to be the thing that he said when he was 10 years old. He's become a prosecutor instead of a defense attorney. I've got to change my whole shit. I've got to go to law school. We already have the answer. Goodness. Utter madness. Boy hot is the Naruto family creed? I mean, right? If there were... Okay, loving chat's vibes of correcting themselves with the same words. Perhaps there should be less boy hot around them. Surely this must be the last time. Counsel, present the evidence of which you speak. This is the last inconsistency, the final piece in the puzzle. If I can successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. The evidence that explains how the falling knife became lodged in the victim's back is the book.
Take that!
This, the fourth book found at the scene. This is the final piece of evidence the defense will present. The burnt book. Is that not Mr. Garadeb's book? I will talk more about why I love Ryu at the end of both games. I cannot. Yeah, to be fair, Ryu has had 4 cases to go on me. Phoenix had like 3 games. Yes, and to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. This photographic print clearly shows the book in question, and the victim holding it in her hand. But as we all now know, it was the police constable that put the book between her fingers like that. Quite so, as part of his wholesale transplanting of the crime scene to the opposite side of the road. And 2 more for me to experience? Wait, is there a... How many Great Ace Attorney games are there? I thought there were 2. Is there a 3rd one? I grabbed the like bundle off of the Switch store. Okay, that was just 2. Oh, I'm at the Phoenix. Yeah. Well, I played Ace Attorney 4 and half of Ace Attorney 5. And I've been watching. You guys know Laqualas, Tony? She posts like really fun comics that she draws, and she's been streaming Ace Attorney 6, which is where all of my Ace Attorney 6 knowledge comes from. That's not true. However, as part of his testimony, Constable Beat made an extremely enlightening statement on that point. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it. When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. In other words, the victim had already picked the book up of her own volition. And clearly, that must have been before she suffered the knife wound. Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd have been doing much of anything. I've only played half of Ace Attorney 6, so I can't watch those streams. Yeah, I thought about not watching them, then I was like, am I ever gonna play this game? No. Love her though. She's honestly such a sweetheart. So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand? By Jingo! I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now. Oh, dearie me. We know that the book fell from the top floor of the Garadeb household onto the pavement below. At precisely the moment that the victim was walking past. Yes, at exactly that moment. The young woman was walking along the street in the light fog when all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her. The book I threw. I played all Ace Attorney games except for Investigations 1 and 2, I haven't played Investigations either. They are high on my list. I've heard a lot of people talk about how they're like really good. I definitely intend to check them out. Yes, Mrs. Garrideb. And what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement? Well, I really can't imagine it, but I suppose she might have reached down. Oh, she's so cute! And picked the book up. Yes, that is exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book. Oh heavens! And when the woman reached down to pick the fallen book up, what position would her back have been in? That's right, facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. Then, in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book, the next object fell from the room above, the jackknife, straight into the middle of her back. And at that same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Green, was the defendant, Mr. Saseki Natsumi. Well, I never. It appeared to Mr. Natsumi that the woman simply collapsed on the floor. In the dark and the fog, he didn't see the knife falling on her from above. And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker. So there never was a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place. No, this was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated in an unfortunate accident. And that is the real truth behind this case. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb? Very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that. There, old bean. Poor Mrs. Garrideb. Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it? I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book. And I threw the knife as well. John, dear. It's alright, I know. I'm ever so sorry. Truly. I'm sorry! There she goes. There they go. I'm ever so sorry for my spousal abuse causing a stabbing. Honestly. Also, first of all, Ace Attorney Investigations is on mobile? Second of all, you live translated it from Japanese? Thirdly, 120 hours? I have so much admiration for your commitment. Lord Van Zeeks, what news of Mrs. Garrideb? She's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's events had left her in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There is no cause for concern. Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could easily have been a terrible tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions. There is some good news, however, my lord. I have just had word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon. Yay! Your partner did, can't read Japanese or speak it. The commitment is impressive. It's strange. We've been talking about the victim all this time, but we've never once met her. How wonderful! The woman is out of danger, it seems.
Yes, that is good news. So, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Yes. On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture, and have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies. No. It is me who should be begging your pardon. Oh no, Mr. Natsume. That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again, in my confusion. What conclusion, sir? I was sure that the woman was dead.
Yes, Constable Beat said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she had been killed too.
I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless. It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog, like they're haunting me. Poor Saseki-san. His imagination really has got the better of him.
Yes, poor man.
So when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I should never have dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help, for a doctor, for the police. Instead, I've managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires. And for that, I am truly sorry. One could indeed say that some sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. We were befooled by this spirit and led to false conclusions. But thanks to Lord Van Zeeks and our young lawyer here from the east, that chain has now been broken, and the spirit exorcised. I heartily commend you both.
Oh, but we got commended!
Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. In concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decisions regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready to present your findings to the court? As the foreman of this jury, I can assure you we've reached a fair and just conclusion.
I do declare the truth can be extremely cruel at times.
Well, I didn't suspect the woman next to me, that's for sure. Sitting in for the old bean while she's out of action, you know. But I know what her decision would be. This mean I'll finally be able to get out of here and start work? Well, it's about time. I say, I'll have a corker of a story to tell the grandchildren when I get home, won't I? Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby demand your final decision. Mr. Foreman?
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
We did it! Van Zeeks, do not interact. Do not interact. You have nothing to say on this matter and the case is solved. Very well. Mr. Soseki Natsume, I hereby pronounce you... We did it!
Hugging! Success!
Don't worry, Van Zeeks is the goodest boy. I am starting to believe that he is. And finally, Mr. Natsume? Oh, yes, Lord Sir? You are now a free man once more. It is my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture. And may you never again be brought before me.
Oh yes, sir. Of course. On my life, I swear I'll never set foot in a courtroom again. I'm transported to tears. Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned. But maybe he's not. Maybe I love him because he's a rascal. I mean, he's a rascal and he's so edgy, but I think there's a little bit more kindness lurking under there than it seems. I'm to Van Zeeks as you are to HARLOT Joms. Oh, a simp? A simp is what you are? Oh, Locum! Wait, you mean me? Of course! Is there another Locum here? Is there even one? Compared to the original Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it? What's wrong with using my actual name? I'm free! Joyful, joyous, jubilant jubilation! Heady, hearty happiness, hurrah! Oh, I am pleased! Mr. Natsume is delighted! Would it be so hard just to say that then? Locum, you did it! You saved me from the brink! Well, what happened to the poor woman was in no way your fault, after all. I'm just glad everyone can see that now. No, not that! Lovely, loyal Locum lawyer! Yes? I mean, as I said before, I've just never got used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners. I see towering brick buildings. And from high up windows, I see them looking down on me, laughing. Look at that little hunchback. Oh dear, I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume. He is canonically 6'5"? Sorry, I need a moment. Give me 1 second, sorry. I am processing. Sir. But today, you Locum lawyer gave my gloom the boot. You stood firm behind that baronial bench before all those babbling British. You battled to the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth. And when I beheld the blinding fireworks among the beams of the Bailey's roof, I bellowed, "Behold the best barrister ever born! The best barista ever born!" He makes such a good coffee. The top of Ryu's head is shoulder height? Oh my god. Beloved. Well, that's very flattering, and we're very pleased for you. This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount to my old friends back in Japan. An anecdote? Is that what's to become of all my hard work? Is this who I think it is? Ah, there you are, my dear fellows! Yeah! Apologize for keeping you waiting. I was late this morning. Hello, 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 hello. He's also over 6 foot. Hello, hello, hello. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, what a pleasure to see you. I see I am here not a moment too soon. A disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say. Oh! The trial should begin presently. What? Sorry. What? The trial should begin presently, Mr. Naruhodo, and I wish you the very best of luck. It's just finished. What? No! Then my haste was in vain? Okay, sorry. I thought he was immediately trying to give us case number 5. Ah! It's you! Sherlock Holmes! Oh? Have we met, sir? This is Mr. Natsume? The man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters have taken place in the gloom. Either of your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. I simply couldn't place that curious face. In the light. Charming. Yeah, he is charming, thank you. This is all your fault, HARLOT Sholmes. You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm going to give you a piece of my mind. My apologies, sir, but I assure you, I have placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not? Had she been taken to the hospital more urgently? I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now. Oh. That was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience. I do feel very badly about how I behaved. Get his fucking ass, Mr. Sholmes. Well, never mind. Now then, what was it you wanted to say to me, sir? Nothing. Priceless! Oh, I am sorry, really, but that was quite priceless. Poor Soseki-san. Still, on the bright side, you've had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And it would seem you were not even found guilty. But there is no bright side. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume? Even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirits and now by the Reaper. Ah, Lord Van Zieks. I haven't forgotten, you know, what facing that man in court means. Even if you're found not guilty, you're still doomed. It will be alright, Mr. Natsume. If the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, I will protect you. Hey-ya! Why on me? It is always me. With a perfectly executed Susato takedown. Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of warning might be nice next time, Miss Susato. Okay, I'm glad HARLOT showed up at the very end. I was really worried that my stream title was going to end up being completely nonsense. So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan? Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon. Oh my god! Miyazu? Hi! Welcome! Thank you so much for the raid! How are you? How was your stream? Let me type in a shout out real quick. Oh my gosh! Oh, no. Yeah! That worked! Thank you so much for following, guys! Oh my god, hi! Stream's great, how's it going? Really good! We have just finished case number 4 of the Great Ace Attorney. It's been really fun. My favorite character has just showed up. I'm so excited. What were you streaming today? Was it more art? I never got to see if you finished those emotes you were working on. Welcome to everyone! Oh my god, thank you so much for all the followers. It was so exciting to see you guys. Hang on, let me pull up Mizu real quick. Mizu2 on Twitch. Ah! Redeemed hydrate, I will drink quickly. Did yeah? What were you working on? More emotes and late birthday art? Cute! Hang on. Mizu does super cute art. Sorry, I'm just managing all of my little sources right now. Let me, There we go! You can see, look, it's so sweet! Look at this little cat! Look at this little sprout head! More emotes and late birthday art? That's so poggers! Yeah, Mizu's the best. Everyone should absolutely go check out Mizu's channel. Anyway, thank you so much to everyone who just followed. It's so lovely to see you. Welcome. Oh, I should talk about me. I'm Cotton, or Peach, whatever you want to call me. I stream mostly art, and like lately I've been streaming a bit of Ace Attorney, which has been super fun. You can find me the most active on Twitter, which is just Twitter PeachCot. Thank you for the hydrate, Queen. I will drink up. I'm brand new to streaming. I started this year, and I'm having a lot of fun with it. I'm still learning the ropes, but I'm having so much fun. Yeah, that's me. Let me show you some of my art as well, so you know what you're in for. Sorry, just gotta dig through all of my little files real quick. So yeah, I draw a lot of different things. Most recently, I've completed a couple of sticker sheets. What else have we got? I'm not really... I've got a zine preview that I worked on that I will be able to post on Twitter soon, but I can share with you guys on stream at the moment. This is for an upcoming zine that I was part of. Super fun. But yeah, that's the other stuff I stream. But right now we are finishing up Ace Attorney. Me hit the bed, full day tomorrow. Good night, Serena. Oh, so lovely to see you. Sleep well. Okay, anyway, back to the game. It has already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I've visited universities, libraries, bookshops, and I've been honoured with the tutelage of professors. I've learned so much about the wealth of literature here and the city it has shaped. And I've come to realise that it is my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it.
That's very touching, Mr. Natsume.
Or, in perhaps less veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world to escape the terror of the Reaper's curse? That's not it at all! That's not it at all! The more I learn of literature, the more this strange feeling claws at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own.
Oh, I see. A work of literature by Soseki-san.
Could be an interesting read. And what about Mr. Sato and yourself, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? What about us? Will you return to Japan alongside your moustached compatriot? Why would we?
A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London. And only now does it feel as though we have finally found our feet.
And you are accommodated in a hotel at present, are you not?
That's right, but we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us. I've calculated we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted.
Well then, you could take my lodgings. Oh, the windowless room? The dark, dusty, windowless room? Thank you so much. Ah, but what it lacks in windows, it more than makes up with a floor, a ceiling, and walls. Great. And of course, I'd be happy to leave behind the accursed evil spirit. Oh yeah, your haunted room, that's right.
Oh no, an evil spirit?
And also carbon monoxide, it's got that too. It's got so much going for it. Oh yeah. It tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's an infallible wake-up call. We'll think about it, if that's alright. Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative? Do we get to stay with you, Shams? Please, 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 please? Would you consider taking lodgings with me? Yes? Yes? Really? Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself. Though it is up in the attic, I might add. Are you sure it isn't just a storage loft? I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter of price, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of?
Oh, this is simply wonderful! What an honor to be invited to taking lodgings in the great detective officer's attic!
Moving in with the new boyfriend already? Husband's body isn't even cold? Ryu can keep his little hands off. This is my boyfriend. I'm so excited. This means we'll see so much more of HARLOT.
I'm too overcome for words.
So suggesting we look elsewhere is out then. Then it's settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. And you must come too, Mr. Natsume. I insist. I don't know what to say, but thank you. And yes. Or the game. Wonderful. Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. It shan't take long. Somebody's happy. You will like living with him? I am so looking forward to it. Locum, I knew that you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London. Likewise, Mr. Natsume. It's been a privilege meeting you too. It's a shame that we're going to have to say goodbye so soon. Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan. But Locum, we'll meet again one day. Yes, I'm sure. And hopefully by then, I'll be a successful lawyer. Hopefully by then, I'll be a successful author. Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I've little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released. I've little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for dinner this evening. And so, with Saseki-san's innocence successfully established, we rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new home, 221B Baker Street. My heart feels so full. The attic room. So this is to be our new office, yes! Our office? I rather like the sound of that. Me too! It's simply wonderful, isn't it? I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step, but I'd like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now. Kazuma... Oh. So, my dear fellows, you like the place? Oh my god. Sorry, one moment, sorry. Huh. Casual outfit? Casual outfit? Hello? Sorry, excuse me. Ah, Mr. Sholmes. Yes, thank you so much. Daddy? Sorry. Daddy? Sorry. Sorry. It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it. Good. I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you. That Kazuma? I thought it was me for a sec. Sorry, no, I simply have so many feelings about Kazuma Asogi.
I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. We'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives. We have a lot to celebrate. Iris, you must let me help you. Alright then, Susie. You can be in charge of the salad. Splendid.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital? It's very exciting, actually. I can't help wondering what adventures await us. Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at these premises. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is. Sorry? London is a glorious place, full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. But the brightest of lights casts the darkest of shadows. Shadows? What do you mean? Well, I believe you're well aware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade already. So once again, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London! Of course, at that time, I had no idea of the significance of those words Mr. Sholmes so casually spoke. But it wasn't long before my turn came to lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay behind it. Woof! End of case 4. Oh my god. That was so very much. Okay. Okay, so now I'm assuming that in true Ace Attorney fashion, case 5 will be where we go through absolutely everything that has been raised so far, all of the overarching plot threads, like the corruption. Hello, I come seeking the greatest himbo. You have found him. He has invited us to live in his attic, and he has taken off the clothes that we've been seeing him in all games and put on slightly more casual clothes, which looks indecent at this point. Godzilla! Hi, welcome! Thank you for following! This is so exciting! Okay, I've heard that case number 5 is really, really long, like 15 hours long. So since we're never going to get through it in one stream anyway, I think I might just start it now and we'll call it whenever we reach a good stopping point. Okay, episode 5, The Adventure of the Unspeakable Story. And that means everyone gets to enjoy a cutscene. I could check the side story. I think I want to go through them all at the end, since I haven't been through any so far.
Sholmes's cry pierced through the thick wall of fog around us. Wisps of vapor flowed over the pistol as I cocked it, and I waited breathlessly in the stillness. The silence lasted for what seemed an eternity, until, at last, it appeared. From the shadows of the cloud, an enormous beast sprang out upon us. A hound it was, but not such a hound as any mortal has ever seen. Its eyes glowed with a smoldering glare. The whole of its ox-sized body was outlined in white-hot flames. Its rumbling pant and hideous howl, so terrified was I that I began to tremble with fear. "Look well, Wilson," Sholmes declared, gazing upon the mystical beast. "For this is the diabolical hound of the Baskervilles."
Interesting. Also takes off coat and walks around in just a shirt. He's wearing a vest too, so the, oh my goodness, the indecency, it really hits. Our first 3 months of London passed by in a flash. In that disconcerting courtroom experience we were first thrown into on the day we arrived in the country, and in Soseki-san's terrible ordeal that had followed closely behind, we had emerged victorious. However, there then came an abrupt end to our opportunities to appear in court. Which was hardly surprising, of course, since I was nothing more than an amateur, an unknown student of law from a faraway land. So life in our little office was very quiet. It's like showing ankle or nape, for real. That is, until it was shattered one day by that fateful telegram. 15th April, 9:13 AM, Naruhodo's legal consultancy. Dub web web kilo count. Ankles before marriage? It's really scandalous. Honestly, the rating for this game should be a lot higher. That morning, I was woken by the unreserved knocking on the door by the telegram boy. But after he'd gone, Sato-san's behavior became very obviously strange. Sato-san? Yes? Is it time to leave for court already? Let me see. What case is it today? I don't think I'm scheduled to defend anyone at the moment, am I? Oh, no, of course not. How silly of me. But I think Iris said she would make us breakfast this morning. So shall we go down to Mr. Sholmes' suite? Yes! Iris makes the most delicious breakfast food. She does, doesn't she? Good thing Sholmes is a gentleman who wears long socks with garters. You cannot be talking about his garters right now.
And once our bellies are full, we can leave the court in fighting fit form. Let me see. What case is it today?
Here we go again. Mr. Sato, are you okay? Why, like garters, right? The art from the art book of Van Zieks and his poet shop is, oh my gosh. So, what was it about? The telegram that was delivered this morning, I mean.
Oh, a telegram? I don't know what you're talking about.
Sorry, but you're not going to get away with that.
Well, I didn't think I would. Actually, don't give it a moment's thought. It's nothing.
Nothing interesting. Boring, in fact.
It was just a boring old telegram.
That's 3 times now that she's tried and failed to convince me that it was nothing.
I promise that I'll tell you about it at some point.
Alright, I understand. Okay, let's also hear about Saseki-san.
I suppose Saseki-san will have arrived back in Japan by now, won't he? Yes, I should think so. He left immediately after that terrible ordeal. Which would mean he should have completed the voyage already, or be just a few days away.
A fortnight ago we had that very long telegram from him. Do you remember? Complaining of seasickness. But by and large, it seems the voyage has been going well. How was he sending... I don't know how telegrams work, actually. I was about to ask how he's sending them from a ship, but technology is lost on me.
Is something wrong, Naruhodo-san?
Well, I was just wondering what might have become of Saseki-san had he stayed in London, that's all.
You mean, as regards Lord Van Zieks, the Reaper?
Yes, I can't help wondering if seasickness would have paled into insignificance in that case. And let's talk about Van Zieks. What is it they say? That no one who stands in the dock can be saved from the Reaper, right? Like the way that nightmarish trial ended on the very day we arrived in London. Oh, the one where our client burned to a crisp after we got him the not guilty verdict? Yeah, that was pretty scary.
Even 2 months on, the cause of that dreadful fire is still a mystery.
Yes, but at least Saseki-san is safely out of the country now. Presumably that means...
But the curse of the Reaper can only take effect within the confines of the City of London, perhaps?
Even if that's the case, it's little comfort. I have a terrible sense of foreboding.
If the legend of the Reaper is to be believed, it would mean he wields the Sword of Justice himself.
Come to think of it, I wonder what he's been up to these past 2 months. Surely not wielding that sword against the more acquitted defendants.
No, I don't think so. Apparently, Lord Van Zieks hasn't appeared in court once since our last encounter.
So he came just fight us? Oh?
Yes, since Saseki-san's trial, he's withdrawn from judicial service again, it seems.
Really? Just like before, when he wasn't seen in court at all for several years. So, it's just been me who's had to face him in his recent spate of trials, then? Ugh, just my luck.
I wonder if luck doesn't come into it.
Oh my gosh! Thank you so much for subscribing, Godzilla! Welcome! I hope you enjoy your emotes! We've got some more on the way, but they're pending approval right now. So hopefully those will come through soon and I'll have a couple more for you. Why is Van Zieks so obsessed with us? Honestly! Bro! You want to prosecute against us so bad it makes you look stupid. Sorry? What was that?
Oh, nothing. Never mind.
Okay. Let's go find Sherlock. HARLOT. April, Sean Sweet.
Morning, Bruno. Morning, Susie.
Sorry. Is Is that HARLOT playing the violin like that right now?
Good morning, Iris.
Iris.
What is that, Reno?
What is that terrible noise? It sounds like a cat being strangled.
Ah, yes. You noticed that, did you? Harley isn't in the best form this morning, it seems.
Oh. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Sholmes?
Good morning. A good morning to die, perhaps. Oh no, he's dramatic. I'm in love. Has something happened, Mr. Sholmes? You look miserable, and the way you were playing the violin before. My analytical mind is dead. Music is dead. The world is dead. Damn this blanched existence. That's all it is, my dear fellow. Nothing of consequence. He is so Howl's Moving Castle. This is so, oh my god, my hair is a shade closer to pink. I am going to cover myself in slime and sulk up the stairs.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Well, Iris, isn't it time we ate? Some dry toast and insipid coffee for me, if it's not too much trouble.
Kitty? Kitty! Oh look, it's Wagahay.
I caught none of that, and for some reason I'm glad I didn't. That must be some sort of tiny door for cats to use. But how did it get there?
Well then, everyone, breakfast.
Oh, wonderful.
Let me help you, Iris.
Ugh. It would indeed be a fine day to die. Ah, I knew something looked different. Oh! Something's missing from Mr. Sholmes' desk.
Ronnie!
You returned to Please. Ronnie, I wish you had gotten here 3 minutes earlier when he was playing the worst violin I've ever heard. He is made of stupid. He has invited us to live in his attic. He is sulking to all God right now. He is having a full Howl Pendragon breakdown. I am in love.
Brady, welcome back as well.
Why do you want to die, Mr. Sholmes? You seem to be very unhappy this morning, Mr. Sholmes. What's happened? It used to be the case that in my hands, this violin slung like the dawn chorus, its melissonant tones would make flowers bloom. It would? But now, the muses are unamused with me. The goddesses of music have thrown me over.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
For hours I have borrowed, for days even. Through the night I have endeavoured to no avail. That sound, my tone, is lost.
Haru-chan? Wait a minute. Haru-chan like beloved mutual?
Or Haru-chan like someone completely different. That sound. Right.
I see. Welcome, welcome.
Who, what, where? I have a mutual whose name is Porugaron. I was like, is it them?
But I think it is someone different, which is so poggers. It's lovely to meet you.
That brilliant, clear, unwavering tone. Gone forever. No more recitals of unbridled emotion.
Well, you haven't been practicing much lately, have you, Harley?
Don't worry, I'm sure it will come back to you in time. Heed my words, Mr. Naruhodo. The goddesses of the arts are fickle. Harley? Yeah, Iris is, I believe, 10 years old, and she is his babysitter. It's Iris Wilson, with John Wilson being our John Watson stand-in. And Iris writes all of the novelizations. One day they bestow genius on a man, the next they unmercifully withdraw it. Oh dear. Ah, why is this happening to me? If they take the turn I have for the violin from me, what is left for pity's sake? What is left? Well, you're very handsome, sir. You are very handsome and charming and charismatic, and I love you. Did you consider that? Consider that I love you. Deduction, perhaps? Isn't that what you're known for?
Mr. Sholmes, I don't like to pry, but... your desk looks rather empty today.
Ah, well done, Mr. Sutter. Your observational skills do you credit.
Oh, no, Mr. Sholmes. They pale into insignificance when compared to yours.
Peach Cat really just said, no, don't be sad, you're so hot. For real though. Oh my god, just found out you can't play the violin anymore. That is so sad. Anyway. You'd struggle not to notice, wouldn't you?
You mean Harley's great analytic? That's at Winterbanks now.
Sorry? It's at Windy Bank?
No, Winterbanks, the pawnbrokery.
Huh? Pawn? What?
You mean you've pawned that enormous machine of yours?
It has some considerable value, you see. Quite undeservingly.
But isn't it a very important machine for your work? I do wish you had consulted us if your situation had become so desperate. I should have gladly passed what little income I have to you.
Dear madam, things are far from desperate.
But the pawnbroker has your wonderful machine. How could it be anything but desperate?
Making use of a pawnbroker is quite ordinary here in London, I assure you. It is? It doesn't sound ordinary at all. It would seem that neither of you fully understand how pawnbroking works. Oh, what's to understand exactly? This isn't a trial game anymore, okay? This isn't Lawyer Simulator. This is, HARLOT Roommate Simulator. And that's what the game was always meant to be. What did you mean when you said we didn't fully understand how pawnbroking works? The people of London, pawnbrokeries are akin to banks. Hog indeed. This is a himbo dating sim. Banks? On Mondays, merchants relinquish their finest jackets and trappings to their pawnbroker of choice. With the money they receive in return, they are able to trade happily through the week. It only took 5 chapters? Yeah, worth it.
And then on Saturdays, they go to recover their things using the money they've earned. I had no idea. This has been a fascinating lesson for us. Everyone does it, you see, especially people in inner London.
And should they have money to spare, they would purchase another fine jacket. Not to wear, obviously, but to pawn, should the need arise. He is so miserable.
Oh, how ingenious! So whenever we have something that's getting in the way, we leave it at Winterbanks, you see?
A pawnbrokery can be thought of as an extremely secure vault. Who would have thought that even pawnbrokers are different here in Great Britain?
Of course, you have to watch Hurley with it. Sometimes he pawns things he really shouldn't. Don't you, Hurley?
What does it matter? The world is dead to me now. Okay. Okay. Let's have a little look around here. Can we talk to Iris?
Let's talk about the cat! Mr. Natsume's cat seems to have settled into his new home then. Oh yes! And I've become very attached to little Waggy.
It would appear his previous owner has completely forgotten to him. Cats are unfeeling creatures. Their muse as empty as the hearts of the muses.
If Mr. Natsume had no intention of taking Waggy back to Japan, I wonder why he kept him in the first place.
I expect he would have taken him if he could, but pets are strictly forbidden aboard steamships in our experience. And for good reason! Horrible things can happen if the rules of passage are not obeyed. Yeah, our best friend died. That was pretty tragic.
Well, I don't mind, because Waggy is adorable.
His little ear flick! Yes, he really is. Oh yes, what about the door? I don't remember seeing that tiny thing in the main door before. Where did that come from?
Oh, you noticed?
You are observant, Reno.
Look, I use this. It's my latest invention.
What is that?
I call it the cat flapper mat.
But then how did Wagahai end up here in the first place? I mean, surely he was adopted in England.
Gosh, a machine for making doors just for cats. That's right. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. And it can do it in any door at all, no matter what it's made of. It's very powerful, you see.
Wouldn't it have been quicker just to make the cat flap, rather than making a machine to make the cat flap?
Well, yes, maybe. But now I can make cat flaps anywhere I like. Oh, I think it's wonderful. You must make one for us in the door of our office upstairs, Iris.
She really knows how to come up with unconventional inventions, this girl.
Hehehe.
He's so cute.
What was that?
Wagahai? Oh my fucking god. Hello? What was that?
Oh no! Wagahai's tangled up in your violin! I think he thinks it's a toy.
No. What's he doing to it?
Oh dear.
Mr. Sholm's precious violin. Why should I care? What? I shouldn't be surprised. If the cat is a more accomplished musician than me, then I now. I am obsessed with his dramatics.
Mr. Sholmes really is in poor spirits, isn't he? Well, anyway, I'll put it back where it lives, shall I, Hurley?
Out of the cat's reach, if possible. Maybe we should assess the damage. He looks so miserable. Let's look around. Where'd that violin go?
This is the violin, is it?
It's a Stradivari. It's a violin. One of the finest violins in the world, made by the renowned Italian luthier, Antonio Stradivari. The Stradivarius, duh. Oh, I see. It doesn't really look like anything special to me. I happened upon it covered in dust, languishing in a pawn shop down a nondescript back alley. The broker had no idea of its value, so I was able to purchase it for a mere 55 shillings. At least Stradivari helped. It helped very much. How honourable of you. And until today, it has been my faithful companion in every great Paganini-inspired performance I have ever made. I ask you, is there reason to live in a world devoid of music? To tolerate this blanched existence? No. There is none. He's so grumpy.
Mr. Sholmes.
What, dear madam, what? My thoughts are preoccupied with fancies of release from this dull routine.
Well, it's about the violin. It looks very different to normal, don't you think?
Hmm? What do you mean, Mr. Sato?
Oh, Susie's right!
Yes! The tone of the wood is completely different.
And that's not all. I'm sure there was no crack here before.
Wait, it's not even the right size, is it? What's this? Wait. Oh, look. Oh, transformation mudkip? Yes, ma'am. Transformed. Oh. Hugging. So, hang on, let me get this straight. Master of deduction, king of observation, HARLOT Sholmes is in a miserable state because he has been playing the wrong violin, perhaps not even a violin, different size, different wood tone, different condition, and he's like, oh my fucking god, why didn't this sound any good?
I'm terribly sorry to have to tell you this, Mr. Sholmes, but that instrument isn't a violin at all.
Then what? It's a banjo?
I believe it's an entirely different instrument called a viola.
What? He fucking died.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes,
Are you alright? You're right! You are quite right! You are quite right! This isn't my faithful Stradivarius? So what? Pray, is this piece of string flotsam? Not your faithful performing partner, then? No thoughts, head empty. Wasted. He is so smart.
Ah, I see what must have happened.
You do, Iris?
This is just a simple mix-up.
It sounds like Iris might be able to tell us exactly what's happened if we ask her. Read deduction, Sholmes. You know how he is. He's always so on top of with the deductions. Definitely a well-earned reputation he has. Greatest detective alive. So fucking smart. Never ever comes to the wrong conclusion. What did you mean by a mix-up, Iris?
Well, you see, this violin,
This viola, I mean,
was at Winterbank's until last week.
at the pawnbroker's. Not Mr. Sholmes' beloved musical partner. Ryu is still guilty of killing his friend after- Whoa! Oh. There is a proverb from the East with which you are no doubt familiar, my dear fellows. Always let a beloved child travel.
Yes, indeed.
So you sent your beloved violin to the pawnbrokers in the hope it would experience personal growth?
Oh, what a wonderful idea!
Last week I pawned my great analytoscope in order to release my precious instrument. But it would appear Mr. Winterbank mistakenly furnished me with this tawdry fiddle instead. But my ears cannot be deceived by the hollow timbre of this piece of timber. No, but your every sense was deceived by the fact that it just had strings. Pshaw, a fine state of affairs this is. And why I always say, Mr. Naruhodo, never trust a pawnbroker. They will try to fiddle you every time.
But earlier you told us that you could think of a pawnbrokery as an extremely secure vault.
Penalties, Ronnie. Come on, Mr. Naruhodo. Dilly-dallying will get you nowhere. Sorry? Crunching your toast with that vacant aspect. Pressing your coffee so obtusely. Are you not a little embarrassed by your own conduct, considering the urgency with which we are faced?
We must visit Mr. Windybank's brokery at once. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Sholmes?
Precisely, Miss Susato, without a moment's delay. But I haven't finished my bacon and eggs. My dear fellow, surely you do not still intend to crunch your bacon with an increasingly bacon aspect, and press your egg over more obtusely. Alright, say no more. Let's go then.
Don't worry, Bruno. I'd be happy to heat it up for you again later.
Oh, thank you, Iris. As it happens, I am rather curious to see what a British pawnbroker's looks like. Bacon over Shams to Ryu? Ryu does not much care for this man who accused him of murdering his best friend, and I think that's fair. I think that's understandable. I care enough about Shams for both of us. What? We've got so many locations. I guess we'll go straight to the pawnbrokery. I kind of want to stop by Baker Street. We'll go straight to the pawnbrokery. Ryu is valid and respectable. Alright, 15th April, Windy Banks Pawnbrokery. So this is a British pawnbrokery.
Oh my, there are all sorts of tools and contraptions in here that I've never laid eyes on before.
Susato-san, and that spark of wonder in your eyes. You can't wait to scour the shelves, can you? I get the impression you enjoy places like this.
Oh yes, I don't know why, but seeing such a lot of things I don't understand is a real thrill for me.
Actually, I'm not sure about respectable. You don't think I'm respectable? Just because I'm a simp? My dear fellows, let us not forget why we are here.
Mr. Shams.
We are calling on matters of business, not pleasure. And clearly Mr. Shams means business too, judging from the spark of fury in his eyes. Ah, Mr. Shams, sir. Welcome back. Did you hear that brazen welcome? Well, yes, we are potential customers, after all. We are disgruntled customers, Mr. Naruhodo, and it's time to inform Mr. Winterbeck of our ire. Come, the fight is afoot. Naturally, you will recall this, which I retrieved from you some days ago? Yes? This second-rate fiddle is not my faithful instrument, Mr. Winterbeck. Colour on the wood is different. It has holes in it. It's not even the same size.
A wonderful summary of our observations, Mr. Shams.
I'm so very sorry, sir. How utterly unforgivable of me, an inexcusable mistake for a pawnbroker. There's only one way to make amends. I shall have to take my own life! This got real intense real fast. I don't think that will be necessary, do you? His little smile. But I might just say one thing before I hop off. Yes? It was you, sir, Mr. Shams, who took it upon himself to remove the item the other day, I believe. Sorry? As I recall, I entered the storeroom to fetch your violin when I heard— ah, here it is! You did? And when I turned to controvert you, you had taken the viola and left, sir. This is every business owner's dream, right? He is owning Shams so hard right now. However, there can be no doubt the blame lies firmly at my own door for allowing you to leave.
Hydrate? Yes, sir.
I've nearly finished my water bottle. Oh my gosh, and stretch.
Okay. I have drank. I'm stretching out my little back muscles, my shoulders, my hands. Okay.
So I shall not grumble or grouse any longer. May this guilt die with me. No, stop, my dear fellow. Stop, my dear fellow. The fault is mine. Phew. That was so calculated.
It would appear that the fight is over.
I do humbly apologize, Mr. Winterbank. Evidently, my questionable disposition precipitated this tragedy. He's got, like, integrity. You've got to give him that, right? He's taking responsibility. Well, you wouldn't be Mr. HARLOT Sholmes without that questionable disposition now, would you? I do believe you may be right, sir. It's either laugh or cry, I suppose. You are, it must be said, one of my more challenging customers. I needn't remind you of the peculiar collection of items you've brought through my door in the past.
Oh? Peculiar items?
In the extreme, ma'am. For example, the unpublished manuscript of an eponymous work, the novels of HARLOT Sholmes or some such.
Oh my! A new, fully-fledged novel? And unpublished? A story I've yet to read, you mean?
Ah! Forgive me!
Wait, before you die,
You must tell me more! Sato has her priorities in order.
I must know more. Tell me everything.
Wow, Susato-san is really fired up now.
Is there really an unpublished story under this very roof?
Well, one day the gentleman here brought in an old metal chest, you see? I should like to entrust this to your care for a while, Mr. Winterbank. For a chest like that? 1 shilling, sir. Not a farthing more. It houses something of very great value indeed. The latest manuscript recounting the adventures of one Mr. HARLOT Sholmes. I beg your pardon? A manuscript? You wish to deposit a manuscript? Indeed I do, for I am confident it will be quite safe here. And that was that. As such, Mr. Sholmes' latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom. Mr. Sholmes, is that really true? Do I sense that someone doesn't want to talk about this? I continue to pay your fee, do I not? Then kindly continue to store my belongings. Securely. Of course, sir, of course. They're safe and sound with me, I assure you, on my life! This is all very strange. I wonder, could I ask you something? Ah, a gentleman from the East, I see. Yes, that sable suit. I suppose I could offer you 6 pence for it. Without wishing to offend, the tone is somewhat dull. Sorry? Aha! But for your splendid attire, ma'am, 5 guineas, no less. The colours are exquisite, the design exotic, Eastern artistry at its finest, may I say.
Oh my! 5 guineas, you say? How interesting.
Why do I feel as though I've suffered some sort of defeat here?
Actually, I was hoping to ask you about your business. I've heard it said that pawnbrokeries are used rather like banks here in London.
Yes, sir, indeed. Many of my customers use it. Oh my god. Many of my customers utilize the establishment as you describe. I appraise their items and offer them a proportionate loan and 2 months of secure storage. If, in that time, they repay the original sum to me plus the agreed interest, their items are happily returned.
But what happens if they don't pay you the money?
Then the items are offered for sale in my shop, as you can see on the shelves behind me.
So you never sell items before the 2 months has passed, then?
That's right, ma'am, that's right. Which means some considerable responsibility rests on my shoulders. Should a customer's precious belongings be lost, the only recommence is for me to end it all. The very idea, Mr. Winterbank, is an absurdity. One should never talk of one's demise so casually. Okay. Okay for Mr. starts the morning by being like, I crave death. I want to die. There's no point in living. Says the man who was telling us all it was a good day to die, only this morning. And let us not forget that I have already helped you take measures to ensure such a tragedy never occurs. Oh? What sort of measures? I engineered a simple device which Mr. Windybank has installed here in his shop. I call it the red-handed recorder. Is that not so, Mr. Windybank? What was that deep sigh about? What on earth is a red-handed recorder? Use your eyes, my dear fellow. There are two just below the ceiling. You invented cameras. You invented security cameras?
I can see what appears to be a camera attached to some sort of timing device.
Very astute. It is indeed a camera, furnished with some 100 pieces of celluloid film. And every 30 minutes precisely, the camera automatically records the appearance of the shop. Yeah, I have an example I can show you. Ah yes, a print from the camera said to record the activity at the shop counter. I developed a special type of film so sensitive it produces a crystal clear image, even in the darkness. Really? That's extraordinary.
Yes, you can clearly see the counter and the door behind it. Look!
So you see, were someone to enter the premises with ill intent, his identity would be summarily exposed.
But did you not say that the photographic prints were taken at 30-minute intervals?
Indeed, as you say, my dear madam.
Then what if the incident would occur in between times?
One could only say, that would be a cruel twist of fate. I must confess, your device has been giving me some cause for distress of late.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Windybank?
Surely they are anything but distressing. Reassuring is the word. You're so album cover? Elaborate, I am begging. What is that pose he does? He is fruity, is the thing. He is simply so overdramatic. I like when he falls over. The cost of the film, sir. You most graciously placed not one, but two cameras in my shop after all, which means I must pay for nigh on 100 utterly useless prints every single day. I'm afraid the cost of the film will break me before I'm very much older. Nevertheless, a small price to pay to ensure the safety of my preferred pawnbrokery, no? My dear fellows, we verge on an age where safety and security come at a price. Oh, heaven help us. There it is. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, Ronnie. He is simply like that. That is why I love him. Now then, Mr. Sholmes, allow me to return your precious violin. Ah, the very thing. Thank you, Mr. Windybank. Perhaps this might mark the end of the peculiar items you try to pop, Because if anything were to happen to one of them, this would be the only answer.
I really think you ought to stop waving that gun around. Someone could get hurt.
Fear not.
Sorry?
I've only loaded a single bullet, so no one but myself could possibly be harmed.
I'm dying again. I am crawling into bed. Good luck, have fun, I love you. Good night, Ronnie!
I hope is it your wrist? I hope your wrist gets better. Oh, I'm dying, not I am dying. Yeah, okay. I'm really sorry. I hope your wrist brace arrives soon and it is better. I love you. Rest up. Good day to you then, Mr. Windybank. It's gone up my arm to shoulder and neck today. I think I passed away. Oh my god.
I can run out and get you something tomorrow if you need. Just let me know.
That's awful. Ouchie. It's been a pleasure as always, Mr. Sholmes.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, now we can explore at last. Let's have a little look around.
We got all sorts of things. There's so much to look at here. Oh, but I missed completely the thing I tried to click on. There we go.
Look at this. Look at this lovely big shiny box bee.
That, my dear madam, is a music box. Surely you have such things in your own country.
Oh my, yes, but I've certainly never seen one so large before.
Shall we listen a while? Really? What a sublime sound. It's like the music of angels. I feel when you missed in a forest of targets. Leave me alone! I'm doing my best! I've never heard anything like it before in my life. This particular specimen is of the larger variety, commonly found in public houses and restaurants. There is a metal disc inside on which the notes to be played are recorded. Simply by replacing the disc with another, any music you care to imagine can be played. My goodness! What a simply delightful machine! Indeed, though their popularity has waned recently with the development of the gramophone, of course. Science and technology advance at such an overwhelming pace. What else can we click on? We got scales? There seems to be a little door hidden behind- oh, okay, never mind, we got door. There seems to be a little door hidden behind that curtain there. That leads to the storage room, where Mr. Winterbank keeps articles that are currently in pawn. Ah, I see. There's nothing of particular interest inside. I certainly wouldn't recommend any larcenous activity. Recommended or not, it's not something I tend to do. There is but one key, and Mr. Winterbank keeps it in his pocket at all times. Before he sleeps, he places it into a small pot which he slides under his pillow. How on earth do you know about that, Mr. Sholmes? I am a detective, sir. It is my business to know what others do not. I am frequently assailed by information that I neither care for, nor wish to retain. And so often you do not retain it. Mr. Sholmes, you are a wonder! And the prime suspect if this pawnbrokery is ever burgled. Look at that enormous ledger open on the counter there. Mr. Winterbank is, if nothing else— I'm sorry, never mind. Mr. Winterbank is, if nothing else, very particular about recording the items he accepts. He'd have to be, otherwise he'd get himself into all sorts of trouble. Which might explain the thing that catches my eye far more than the ledger. This revolver here. Do not entertain even a single thought of pilfering an article herein, my dear friend. I assure you, Mr. Winterbank would not hesitate to draw that weapon with a speed belying his portly size. Oh, you don't mean he'd blow his brains out? Indeed, in recompense for his blunder. Oh my. Quite graphic. But in any case, of course I would never do such a thing. How could you even suggest it? What else have we got in here? We got shelves. What an assortment of things there are on these shelves here. Crockery, footwear, clocks and watches. Almost anything you care to imagine. Those are forfeited items, offered for sale by the pawnbroker. What does that really mean though? When you pawn, or colloquially pop, an item, the broker loans you money against its worth. He stores the item for an agreed period of time, after which the loan must be repaid. If not, he is free to display it in his shop for sale, at a price of his choosing. Oh yes, now you've explained that, I'm noticing little price tags on everything. Of course, simply by paying the agreed interest on the loan, one can extend the period of safekeeping. So you may pawn that black garb of yours without fear, my dear fellow. My treasured university uniform? Never! It embodies my student spirit. Aw, such a stand-up academic. Oh, we got creepy dolls. Can't look at those, okay. We got thing on the floor. Look at this! Whatever could it be used for? I have no idea. Ah. There's a small catch just here, look! We're going to open it, aren't we? Oh my, that's amazing! It has some sort of spring-loaded mechanism. Which we'll never manage to put back to the way it was before. What are you two doing? What? Us? Nothing! No, nothing at all. Whatever this device is, it seems to have a pair of little windows to look through. I feel as though I've seen something rather similar to this elsewhere. Is it a, you put something inside and then you see it magnified? Or like, more like a kaleidoscope, I wonder. Little cacti. Cute. That's not a calendar you could easily miss, is it? 15th April, today's date. Yes, that's not for sale, I must point out. It is an Eastern-style page-a-day calendar. Every night at midnight, I tear off the front page to reveal the following day's date. Perfect calendar for a tearaway fellow such as yourself, Mr. Windibank. And who was it who walked out of here with the wrong violin before? Well, when the agreed storage period has passed without repayment, articles are forfeited, you see. So I have to keep a close eye on the date. It's something of a pawnbroker's obsession, you might say.
Oh yes! I can see you're very dedicated to your job.
Okay. I still want to examine the pawnbroker himself, see if I can talk to him, but I want to make sure I haven't missed anything first, since I very much seem to have a habit of missing crucial things. This looks pretty clear to me, though. Yeah, okay. Ah, and it looks like I've got to take over him, so we can leave him alone as well, and move on. Let's go to Baker Street. Look at all the different things in the window of this shop.
That's Windibank, the pawnbrokery.
I suppose we were really supposed to go here first, oh well. Looks much smarter than a pawnbroker's in Japan, doesn't it?
Yes, you're right. I find pawn shops at home rather inapproachable, personally.
It reminds me of tearfully parting with my favourite fountain pen. I felt so miserable.
What doesn't kill us makes us stronger, Mr. Naruhodo.
Or ran, closed. What else we got around here? Baker Street! Our house! It's already been 2 months since we started taking lodgings here above Mr. Sholm's office. Cute! I still can't quite believe it. I never expected things would turn out like this.
Oh, I know! To actually be sharing accommodation with the world's greatest detective. If I ever find myself before a court of law now, I will have not one regret.
I don't know what you're talking about, but I'd be happy to defend you, of course. Let's go inside. Head straight upstairs then. Or maybe? Okay.
Can it really be that we've been in Great Britain for 2 months already?
Yeah, it's gone by in a flash, hasn't it?
And what an English gentleman
You trailed off there, Sato-san.
I'm so sorry. When I thought it through, I realized it's not at all true, actually. I simply don't feel that any Britishness has really rubbed off on you.
Nor you, to be honest.
Well, that's obviously because...
Yes, I know. Without a doubt. It's your kimono. Just a suspicion since I tapped out of it, but I think you missed one thing in the pawn shop? Interesting. I can go back for it.
I do adore the attire of English ladies. It's quite delightful.
But somehow, I just don't feel ready to abandon my Japanese dress just yet. I wonder how Susato-san would look in Western clothes. That would be interesting to see. Okay, let's go back to the pawn shop, see if I did miss anything. Okay. It looks so cute, right? With the little bustle and stuff. Doesn't look like there's anything around here. I wonder if I was maybe like the... I can't really see the camera. Would like to have a look at it. Oh, this thing. Oh, I imagine this is the thing that we came here for. I forgot what our mission was.
Now what did you suppose this rather enormous machine does?
It seems to have 2 little windows for looking through. Allow me to enlighten you, my dear fellows. What you are looking at is a stereoscope. A stereoscope? Fascinating. It is aptly named, I assure you. Look through the eyepieces and see for yourself.
Oh, I should be delighted to. Excuse me a moment while I just have a look.
Just before you do, there is something I should point out. My dear fellows, in order to see the image properly, stereoscopically, as it were, you will need to be cross-eyed. However, if that is beyond you, it is of little consequence today.
Alright then, I'm going to try it. Ah! Mr. Naruhodo, you must see! At once!
Oh, alright then. So, I need to be cross-eyed? Like, I'm trying to look at my own nose? What the... I don't believe it. It's just a photographic print, but it seems like you could reach out and touch it. Yes, the sense of depth is startling, is it not? Stereoscopes are one of London's many fads. They are often found in little stalls in the park. People queue for hours to see them.
Why? Why are people meddling with such black magic?
It is no magic, my dear madam. It is, well, far too complicated to explain at present. We shall save this lesson for another day.
Oh.
What? Only tuppence for it? That ain't fair and you know it. The article is barely worth a penny, miss. I cannot offer more. Please tell me it's what's her name? Oh my god. Gina Lestrade.
Come on, that can't be right. Have you even had a proper butcher's at it?
I've seen all I need to see, young girl.
Transformation cat girl? Hell yeah. Hehehehe. Kitty cat.
I want to redo these. I made these very hurriedly last night during the stream, but I want to redo them and make them far more functional.
The Cockney is here. Meow. You know, like, yeah?
Yes! Beloved! Wait, don't we know? I'm sure I recognize her.
Yes, it's the young lady from Mr. McGilder's trial 2 months ago.
Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She's a chancer. Earns her crust among large crowds, relieving people of their purses. What's commonly called a pickpocket. Gordon Bennett, you lot!
Hello, Miss Lestrade. I hope you've been well.
Eh? What, you remember me then, do ya? Well, I remember being completely surrounded by smoke, that's for sure. So, what are you doing in here?
Down and out like the rest of us. Nothing to eat. Come to pop that black weasel.
Sorry, coat, have ya? What is it about this black uniform that makes everyone comment on it? Ah, good day, unless I'm much mistaken. You would be the young pickpocket who stole our experimental smoke grenade launcher. Oh, Mr. Shams! So, you have something of value to pawn, do you? Allow me to see the article and I shall negotiate with Mr. Winterbank on your behalf. I am so interested in who Redacted is. Cannot wait to find out what you guys are talking about.
Pull the other one. I don't need no help from some stuck-up D. Get out of my business. Go on or I'll make trouble for you.
As you wish, Miss Lestrade. I will happily remove myself from your presence. He's really done it. He's gone. I'm sorry, but as I said, there really is no room for negotiation here. What is that thing he has in his hand? Some kind of metal disc? A music disc? And you, go on, leave me alone! Oh, Miss Lestrade, just pretend we aren't here. We shan't be offended in the slightest. Sweaty! Hi! I am winning so hard, champ. We've got handsome man, we've got best girl. What the fuck, you're a cat girl now? Yeah! I set up points redeems. I got a little cat ears, I got a little mudkip face. Don't have anything else yet, but maybe I'll get some more. How are you going, Sweaty? Why don't you have VIP? Hang on. There you go. A surprising amount of redacteds to look out for. Yeah, I'm sure the second game will have some new friends to meet. Sato-san can really stand her ground when she wants to. Whatever. Somehow, I didn't really think you were the sort of person who'd use a pawnbroker, Miss Lestrade. Yeah, well, I am, alright? I'm a Londoner, just like everyone else. That a problem, is it? No, not at all. It's just that, well... Oh, I get it. I know what you're thinking. That thing probably don't even belong to her. Probably got it on the dive, didn't she? Yeah, I can see it written all over your Chevy Chase. Well, I might have been thinking something along those lines. You're not going to deny it, Mr. Naruhodo? Alright then, I'm just gonna come out and ask you straight. Do you pawn things that you steal from other people? Well, I don't know how best to answer that, really. Suppose. Sometimes. I love her. You're not going to deny it either, Miss Lestrade? But not this time, alright? I swear. That thing belongs to me. The disc that Mr. Winterbank is holding. I knew the British only existed in fictional universes? Yeah, obviously. Everyone knows that. British people aren't real. Neither are lawyers, for that matter. They made them up for his attorney. Perhaps we should see what he has to say about all this. Mr. Winterbank, what exactly is this metal disc that Miss Lestrade has brought in? It seems to have hundreds of tiny little bumps on its surface. Ah, this is a music disc, you see, for use inside a music box. In a music box? What, you don't even know what a music box is? You Eastern lot ain't too savvy, eh? I know what a music box is. I've just never seen one of these discs before. Learned what a music box is 10 minutes ago. The small protrusions on the metal disc encode the tune to be played by the music box. You simply insert the disc and set the machine going, and beautiful music plays. It's so incredible! Tell us, what tune is on this disc? Well, I'm afraid I couldn't tell you that. There are so many different types of music box, you see. British-made, German, Swiss. I have no way of knowing which particular machine this disc was made for. Ah, I see. And that's it in a nutshell. I wouldn't have any customers for an item like this, even if the young lady forfeited it. Really, I'm already offering more than I should at a penny. That's a packet of lies. You told me you did. You said it was, well... He? Who? Never you mind. It just ain't right, that's all. That disc's worth good money, I know it is. Well then, you have to try your luck at another pawnbroker's, won't you? Ah. Been in before, of course, this little tatterdemalion. I see. and brought some dubious article or other with her every single time, I might add.
Dubious? What are you trying to say? I'm an honest customer, me.
So, is there something dubious about the disc she brought in today? Well, if only it were that simple. Sorry? What do you mean? What she actually brought in was a storage ticket. A storage ticket. So,
Miss Lestrade has actually come to redeem an article from you today, is that right? Yeah, that's right. A girl like me has a lot of stuff what needs storing.
alright, yes, that's definitely dubious. The article in question would have been forfeited at midnight tonight, but as she gave me the ticket for it and repaid both the loan and the interest, I was obliged to return the article to her.
But what was the article? Do tell us, Mr. Winterbank.
The little scamp is wearing it, ma'am. It's the overcoat that she redeemed.
Oh.
What? What's wrong with that? It fits, don't it? I mean, it's mine, so of course it does.
So, what about the disc then? How does that come into all of this?
The disc is something else. A new article to pawn, if the girl and I can agree on a price. I'm confused. I thought you said that Miss Lestrade brought in a storage ticket today. It's really quite simple. Yes, the child brought me a storage ticket and the money owed on it, as you say. For this heavy black coat, which you returned to her care as I understand it.
That's right, yes.
And rather unsurprisingly, as soon as the little ragamuffin put the thing on, she went rifling through the pockets. Ah, I see. Oh, you mean...
What? Don't you know it's rude to stare at a lady?
I see.
So, it came from the pocket of the overcoat, did it?
If you mean this disc, then yes, exactly, ma'am. And she immediately tried to pawn it for quite a high price as well. This is all rather suspicious, I think. Naruhodo! Give it up! I'm trying to pawn something like anyone else would.
Miss Lestrade,
May I ask who deposited the overcoat here in the first place?
well, me.
It doesn't really appear to be your size.
Me, old man! It's me, old man's, ain't it? Is it Miss Lestrade?
Yes, this is definitely all rather suspicious. Out of my way, please! What have we got? Who's here? Oh! Oh my! Who's this picture postcard English gentleman? Good day to you, ladies. Gentlemen.
What's your problem, eh?
There is no problem. As long as you remove yourself, I have a matter to discuss with the proprietor. And if you intend to make a problem of it, I shall see you outside, little girl, for the hiding you deserve.
Look, ain't it obvious? I ain't done talking with him yet. If you think you're such a gent, you should know how to wait in line.
Well, you're an impudent little brat, aren't you? As well as a pickpocket.
Eh?
Who are you? How do you know who I am? White man spotted? For real. I don't think I like this guy. The question is, how do you not know who I am? You haven't the courtesy even to remember the faces of your victims, it seems.
What? You mean from you?
Roka? Yes, sir. I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you, no? Yes, the article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once.
Oh my.
You were in this shabby black coat. Really? Really? Now that's a lie. What are you trying to pull? Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel. And needless to say, a music box discs too. No, you can't have it. You just can't. Me old man's. Or it was. Now it's mine. Goodness, Mr. Naruhodo. This is a very awkward situation. Yes. I think perhaps we should hear both sides of the story in a little more detail. Miss Lestrade, is what the gentleman is saying... What do you think? It's all lies, ain't it? Obviously. I ain't never laid eyes on that dandy before. Let's hear it now, you little ragamuffin. You stole it, didn't you? That ticket you brought in here just now. No, I swear it. I swear to God. It was barely an hour ago. I was walking along the street, minding my own business, when this little gutterling ran into me. I knew at once what had happened. I've been robbed yet again, I thought to myself. Those wretched pickpockets. Yet again. Oh yes, as you can see, I'm a man of impeccable style. This isn't the first time that I've been targeted by these backslum scoundrels. Now then, relinquish my overcoat. Come along now, Miss Lestrade. Give the good gentleman his coat back. If you're going to cause trouble, I shall have no choice but to call the police. Hold on! Why does everyone think it's me? Just look at this dandy cove, and you think I'm the dodgy one. I'm with her, fully. I'm sorry, but no one's going to believe you. Well, what about evidence? Yeah. Where's your evidence that I've stolen something, eh? Come on, let's see it. Oh, I have evidence, naturally. What? It's Tuesday, innit? Evidence that the article Miss Lestrade redeemed actually belongs to this gentleman. Of course! We need only consult Mr. Winterbank's ledger to know the truth. We'll be able to look up the name of the person who deposited the article in the first place. Yes, brilliant! You're so smart, Susato. I'm very sorry, but I'm afraid that won't be possible. Oh! I never ask customers' names. That's a strict policy of mine. But why not? Well now, as you can imagine, some of my customers have circumstances to consider. A great many of them prefer to maintain their own anonymity. Yes, I see. But then, how can you know if an article belongs to the person asking to redeem it? Oh, it's quite simple! Good sir? Might I trouble you for the watchword associated with the article in question? Of course, it's... Professor. So flamboyant. Yes, that's right. And all the evidence we need. This gentleman is the rightful owner of the article, without doubt. A watchword? Interesting. So, about these watchwords, Mr. Winterbank. As I just explained, I never ask customers' names when they deposit items with me. There are many reasons why. Certain customers would like to keep their activities secret. That wasn't exactly a subtle glance at Mr. Sholmes now, was it? Great detectives have no dark secrets. None at all. Yes, well... Anyway, that's why I always ask for a watchword whenever I accept a new article. In many ways, it's like the secret combination of numbers used to unlock a vault. The date of deposit, a description, and a watchword uniquely identify each item. And of course, then I give the storage ticket to the customer. When someone comes to redeem something, I ask for the ticket and the watchword. And if that someone tells you the correct watchword, you return the article? That's right, sir, yes. Just as soon as the requisite fee is paid. And I have supplied you with the information you require already. But for the avoidance of doubt, the article in question is an overcoat deposited 2 months ago on 15th February. With a watchword of Professor. All perfectly correct information, sir. But Al... Really, this is beyond a joke now. There is no further room for doubt. Ugh. Not really... Do I have anything in the court record? No, it's just the armband. Okay. Let's talk to this guy. See if we can get a name out of him. Excuse me, but who are you? One would expect the inquirer to introduce himself first. Though clearly you are not British, so perhaps our ways are foreign to you. Oh, sorry. Yes, we're from the Empire of Japan. We're studying here. Oh yes, Japan. I've heard talk of the place. What? Hello? Its inhabitants live on some fiery brown-coloured soup dressed up with exotic spices. Are you mistaking us for stew? You might be thinking of somewhere else. What was that theatrical gesticulation about? Perhaps. Anyway, if you are a gentleman, sir, you offer your own name first before inquiring after the name of another. He's smoothin'! He got smooths! Of course, yes. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a lawyer. Well, a student of law, really.
My name is Susato Mikotoba. I am Mr. Naruhodo's assistant.
I see. My name is Benedict. Yes. Eggert Benedict. Okay, yes sir. Sorry sir, you're very fruity sir. Enchanté. He's so refined in how he holds himself and how he speaks, but that name is suspicious. Now, to the matter at hand. You are so much. My overcoat! Return it at once to someone with the style to carry it off. Bro, this is clearly not your coat. Bro, every move he makes, every breath he takes, I can't stand watching him. We're getting songs now? We've got songs in Ace Attorney? What? So, let that be an end to the matter. And thank you for your custom, Mr. Eggert Benedict, sir. Bro, with such reasonable rates of interest, I may even decide to come back. Someone on the localization team fought for that one? Oh, absolutely they did. A police song of all things. I was gonna say, I don't feel confident enough in my my knowledge of police band, but like, wait a minute, isn't that by the police? This feels very, very brought together.
This is why I ate grown-ups. Just because I'm a diver, everyone thinks that makes me a liar.
And the contents of the coat pocket, if you please, broker. But of course, sir, here is the disc for you. Just this one. Pardon, sir? I was expecting another. That is, I deposited another. You are so suspicious. Another disc? Oh dear. I regret to inform you, sir, that what was deposited with me was merely the overcoat. The disc happened to be in one of the pockets, but I was completely unaware of it until now. So, Gutterling, you're hiding more of what's rightfully mine, are you?
Says who, eh? I don't know nothing about it.
Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style.
Wait a minute. That disc is mine.
Oh my god, get his ass. What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal. Oh my. Yes, there's blood on the disc. Because of all those sharp little bumps. She fucking killed him? God, I hope so. The man must have scratched his finger on them. I found it first, alright? I mean, it belongs to me, old man. Lure on Malone pilot. So you're not having it. Oi, you take it. Me? If I hang on to it, they'll have it off me again. So you keep hold of it. Miss Lestrade, why is this disc so important to her? Music box has been entered into the court record, which is what Ryunosuke calls his pockets, I guess. You there, in the black livery. Hand that disc to me at once, please. No, don't! He's lying! Grown-ups are all liars! Oh, what do I do now? How am I gonna resolve this? Can I just leave? Can I just run home? I can. I actually could. Wow, Miss Lestrade is really looking daggers at that mysterious gentleman. We need to do something to calm things down before she loses control and attacks him again. I want to know what's on the disc so bad. Right? Please, can we put it in the music player? Look at those piercing eyes. He's clearly in no mood to talk. We have to do something quickly before this mysterious gentleman leaves to fetch the police or something. Look at Mr. Winterbank, watching diligently over his shop. There are still so many things I'm curious about. But somehow, I don't really feel like this is the right time to be browsing. Okay, I thought maybe I could put it in. Calming this fraught situation must be our first priority. I'm fairly certain that we can find just the great thing we need among the articles here in this shop. Is that not the music disc player? Wait, detective. Come do your job. Come on. Mr. Sholmes. What are you examining with such keen interest there? Are you enjoying a bar of... As you enjoy a bar of caramel, I see. So, you found me at last, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? After that young pickpocket sent me on my way, I was forced to lurk in the shadows. Truly ostracized as the rest of you partook in the jovial atmosphere of friend fellowship. I had nothing to occupy my mind, but was too ashamed to let society see what my downfall had done to me. Ah, he's sulking again. I love him so much. So feigning mock interest, I pretended to examine the tedious trinkets in this desolate place. Whilst, as you shrewdly observed, gnawing on the only friend I have left, this 7% solution of caramel. Pray, you claim to understand the depths of my despair, Mr. Naruhodo, but how could you? I was so lonely, so desperately lonely. Then, why on earth didn't you rejoin the conversation? Things have gone from bad to worse here, you know. 15 seconds without attention and he withers and dies. God, me too. Yes, I overheard much of your conversation. Or rather, in my craving for human contact, my ears devoured every word that was uttered. I'm really sorry, guys. I have to take a moment to breathe. He's just like me. He's just like me, for real. He's handsome. He's stupid. He's got like this steampunk aesthetic going on. He's really smart, except for the fact that he's stupid. He plays a musical instrument. He sulks when he doesn't get attention. He comes to the wrong conclusion all the time. He's meeting all of my standards, is the problem here. Also, he's like, what? How tall did you say he was? Like 6'2"? Crazy! You really were sad, weren't you? He's a golden retriever, he is! For real! Oh, Mr. Sholmes, I feel simply awful for you. 183 centimeters. That is so poggers. Woody, how tall are you in centimeters? Are you Sherlock Holmes height? Sherlock Sholmes? Sorry. Sherlock Holmes, who's that? We don't know that. I have no idea. Mr. Sholmes, I feel simply awful for you. 195? That is so many. Surely not that many. That would make you like... How tall would that make you? I'm not sure. quite tall. It would seem that my inferences are correct. Oh, surely you're not about to tell us that you've solved the entire case once again? He's 6 foot exactly. That is so poggers. My dear madam, sometimes I wonder, will my genius for deduction to be commoditized? Oh, that's 16 feet? Huh? Zeke's is 192. Og. How much could I pawn it for? You're doing great, Sweaty. I'm proud of you. It seems Mr. Sholmes has had another of his flashes of inspiration. But who knows if it will help to resolve the situation between Miss Lestrade and the mysterious gentleman. What's the right thing to do here? Ah! I didn't mean to click that. I clicked the right thing, but that took me by surprise. I was just pressing to get the next text. Well, Miss Lestrade, it would appear you find yourself in something of a predicament. Where the blue blazes have you been, eh? Pardon? When a lady's in trouble, a true gent's supposed to be there to help, straight away, not an hour later. Harsh? And who, pray tell, are you? 195 centimeters, like borderline 6.4, so I'm a little bit over. That's so cool! Mr. Eggert Benedict, you have, in my eyes, a veritably encyclopedic array of curiosities about your person. Nevertheless, there are 2 immovable conclusions I have drawn. I beg your pardon. First is this. The true reason for your visit to this pawnbrokery today is something you have not yet revealed. And the second is this. A considerable crime is in contemplation, one you will orchestrate with intent to steal a vast sum of money. Well, Mr. Benedict, what say you to my deductions? Oh, he's turned as white as a hard-boiled egg.
It would seem that once again, Mr. Sholmes has made a flawless deduction.
Just who do you think you are, sir? Ah, yes, as I hoped. That is precisely the pained expression I was looking for. So, shall we begin? The time has come for yet another Sherlock Sholmes logic and reasoning spectacular. The game is afoot! Topic 1. Mystery Man's aim. First of all, we must ask ourselves on what business you ventured to this pawnbrokery today. You claim to have followed this pickpocket here, having had the redemption ticket stolen from you on the street. But that is most certainly a lie. The real truth is something quite different. As revealed by that which you hold in your hand. Yes, what brought you to this shop in the first place is the staff recruitment flyer. Not quite. The piece of paper in your hand is a staff wanted advertisement from this very shop. Yet even the most unobservant would soon realize that a man of your appearance has no need of such employ. In other words, there is some ulterior motive for your actions. The cane, which you unwittingly clutched to your person, exhibits an incontrovertible contradiction. What utter rot! I've had this cane for years! The contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the missing ferrule. The end of any walking cane would be terminated with a metal ferrule to protect the wooden tip. And yet, detailed analysis shows the wooden tip of this stick to be utterly bare. Therefore, there is only one conclusion. The rod that you hold in your hand, which appears to be a walking cane, is in fact no cane at all. Sean's kind of popping off. The only kind of though. He's 50% popping off. You recoil, sir. There's something wrong. And in your recoiling, you inadvertently facilitate the answer of this next conundrum to present itself. Namely, what is the truth behind this rod you bear? Yes, your reaction betrays the truth. The handle, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. Yeah, the other 50% is- Sorry, I read Queen's message and couldn't get your new reading. The other 50% is our job, exactly. Sean's, what are you looking at men's rods for, huh? From the moment I saw it, my suspicions were aroused. Aroused, you say? What walking cane demands such a stout handle, mused I. But of course, as I said, this is no walking cane. No, that rod is the broken handle of a shovel. What? Are you insane? And now, having determined this undeniable truth, the conclusion is clear. Your true motive for coming here was to take employment at this establishment in order to excavate the ground beneath the premises. Huh? Yeah? You think? What a calculated crime you have conceived, sir. A wickedly calculated crime. Now you call this handle stout? Shaking my head of Sean's why must you body shame? Alright, topic 2, great crime. Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. Yeah, gold-trimmed shovels. Sean's just got it, don't worry. We must expose the details of this elaborate crime you have in the planning. This is utterly absurd. You suggest that I, a gentleman, intend to excavate the ground beneath this pawnbrokery with a broken shovel? What on earth do you propose I could expect to find there? Some long-forgotten treasure, I suppose? If for such a fanciful theory, what possible reason could I have to do as you say? Oh, there is ample reason. As you are only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. And your furtive glance is more telling than I could have hoped. What? Let us consider what would motivate a man to infiltrate a shop such as this and covertly dig beneath its floor. The answer is revealed by the council notice on the counter to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. The letter gives notice of public works to be carried out in the local area. And according to the enclosed plan of the upcoming sewerage works, beneath this shop runs a sewer that adjoins another, one that runs under the bank of the opposite side of the road. This madness has entered the sewers now, has it? By excavating the ground beneath our feet, you would gain access to the waterway that flows in very close proximity to the great vault of the financial institution opposite. What are you? In summary, sir, you devised a master plan to pull off an elaborate bank robbery by dint of the underground tunnels. Master plan? Which brings us at last to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. With what plunder did the thief hope to make off from the underground vault of the bank? Are you quite serious? Having consulted with Scotland Yard some days ago, I happen to know the answer. But naturally, the answer is no secret to you, is it, Mr. Benedict? I have no idea what you're talking about. Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see, this picture postcard tells us all we need to know. A postcard of the Great Exhibition? I'm afraid you've quite lost me. Currently, in the final stages of preparation, the Great Exhibition will soon be underway, and the government has provided extra funds to complete its centerpiece, the Crystal Tower. Gotta go do my exercises. See ya. Thank you so much for hanging out. It has been so fun chatting with you. Enjoy your exercises. Funds that currently sit in the vault of the bank, on the other side of this road. Pardon? Yes, the considerable crime you have been contemplating. is the theft of that which sits in the vault of that bank, the special reserve funds for the Great Exhibition. Of course, that is top secret police information, so keep it under your hat, please. Conclusion: to steal the Great Exhibition's reserve funds. Okay. Let's do some course correction here, shall we? Thus concludes HARLOT Sholm's great deduction of this pawnbroking puzzle. Mr. Sholmes? Well, Mr. Naruhodo? An impressively upbeat deduction for a detective racked with loneliness, would you not agree? Was it true what you said about the bank over the road and what it has in its vault? Indeed, though few know of its existence, it is one of the government's most closely guarded secrets. Gregson told me, in the strictest confidence, which you have now broken.
But you just announced it to everyone here. Rather loudly, in fact.
Ah,
And if it's such a big secret, how would Mr. Benedict have come to find out about it?
there can be but one explanation for that. Clearly it is because the man is a criminal.
But what if he didn't know anything about the money in the vault? If he is a criminal, as you say, then buying a brand new shovel is sure to be the first thing he does now that you've revealed the secret.
Or if he doesn't, maybe Mr. Windybank will. He already has plenty of shovels here, after all. Oh my life! I assure you, I'm not so unscrupulous. Well, hopefully this has taught you a valuable lesson. Sensitive information must be handled with the utmost of care. One can never be sure that someone privy to secrets won't disclose them. And once the word is out, it's out. Perhaps I'll think twice before confiding in you next time, Mr. Sholmes. An excellent idea, Mr. Naruhodo. An excellent idea.
Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, you know what to do, I'm sure.
Alright, before we jump in and course correct, I need to fill up my water bottle because I am out, my throat is getting sore, and run to the bathroom really quickly. But I will be back in like a minute.
Success!
Thank you for redeeming the hydrate. I will drink up now. It is good to have a full water bottle again. Okay. Yes. Let's listen to that great deduction again and see if we can massage it into shape. Very well then, let us start once more from the beginning. Of HARLOT Sholm's magnificent logic and reasoning spectacular. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Topic 1. Mystery Man's aim. Conclusion: to tunnel underneath the pawnbrokery? First of all, we must ask ourselves on what business you ventured to this pawnbrokery today. You claim to have followed this pickpocket here, having had the redemption ticket stolen from you on the street. But that is most certainly a lie. The real truth is something quite different. As revealed by that which you hold in your hand. Yes, what brought you to this shop in the first place is the staff recruitment flyer. Sorry, by Mr. Sholm's reasoning, Mr. Benedict came here in order to apply for a job so he could dig down through the floor. Yes, in an attempt to tunnel into the sewers to gain access to the money in the vault of the bank across the road. But he wouldn't get very far with a broken shovel, would he? No, I think it's fair to say his motives lie elsewhere. The question is, where? What did Mr. Benedict here at this What did bring Mr. Benedict here at this particular point in time? Alright, let's have a look. Let's turn this way. Oh, hello? What do you say?
Oh, look at all the scribbled notes on the back of the flyer here.
I don't believe it.
What is it?
Listen to what it says. Name, Gina Lestrade. Height, 5'2". Green cap, scruffy waistcoat, grubby white shirt, blue satchel. Ragged. It's a detailed description of Miss Lestrade.
Goodness.
There's even a sketch of her, hat and all. Although, if you showed it to her, she'd fire that smoke grenade launcher in his face for sure.
And look, the details of this shop have been written down here too.
Winterbank's Pawnbrokery, Baker Street.
Redemption deadline, 15th April.
Which is today's date. Why would Mr. Benedict have all that information scrawled on the back of that piece of paper? I would like to present this place.
Take that!
Yes, what brought you to this shop in the first place is the info about Miss Lestrade. Quite so, my dear fellow. It would appear that the writing and sketch on the reverse of the flyer, pertaining to the pickpocket, Miss Lestrade, and to Mr. Winterbank's pawnbrokery here. Ah, I think Mr. Eggs is innocent? I think you're wrong. You originally told us that you had merely given chase after Miss Lestrade stole the redemption ticket from you. But that, sir, is a thinly veiled lie. It is the information on the back of the flyer that led you here today, by which I mean here to Winterbank's pawnbrokery, and today the redemption deadline of that overcoat. So you waited outside for the young girl matching the description you have written down to arrive. And you have gone to some lengths to hide the reason for your pursuit of Miss Lestrade. In other words, there is some ulterior motive for your actions. The cane, which you unwittingly clutched to your person, exhibits an incontrovertible contradiction. What utter rot! I've had this cane for years! The contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the missing ferrule. What's a ferrule?
It's the metal cap commonly found on the end of a cane, Mr. Naruhodo.
Ah, the bit that makes the nice clacking sound on the pavement.
Yes, exactly. Mr. Sholmes is right, it appears to be missing on this cane.
But it doesn't actually look broken, does it?
No, it doesn't. Though the gentleman certainly did recoil when Mr. Sholmes identified the cane as suspicious.
In other words, there's some secret about the cane that Mr. Benedict would rather we don't know. I think that it probably has a lot more to do with the handle. Look here, Mr. Zato. There are some letters on the handle.
Yes, those must be initials, I think. In the West, it's customary for people to engrave their belongings with the first letters of their name.
So, HARLOT Sholmes would be HS, you mean? That's right. And the initials on this cane, obviously... Oh. A.G.? Why does it feel as though that's not quite right? It's got nothing to do with Eggsy Benedict, I imagine.
Take that!
The contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the initialing. A most astute observation, wouldn't you say, Mr. Eggert Benedict? We are led to believe, sir, that your initials are EB. Yet in a most possessive manner, you have in your grasp a cane bearing the initials AG. An incontrovertible contradiction indeed, would you not agree? No, you're wrong. The cane isn't... You said before that you'd had that cane for years. Urgh. So don't try to tell us that you just borrowed it from a friend or found it in the park. In short, though you hold yourself to be a gentleman, you have withheld your true name. You recoil, sir. Is something wrong? And in your recoiling, you inadvertently facilitate the answer of the next conundrum to present itself. Namely, what is the truth behind this rod you bear? Yes, your reaction betrays the truth. The handle, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. Let's consider the bare bones of what's happened here. Miss Lestrade redeemed that fine-looking overcoat. And now, a mysterious man has appeared, introducing himself with a fake name, and claiming that the overcoat belongs to him. Please keep beating the eggs, I want him scrambled and runny. We are going to have the fluffiest beaten eggs you've ever seen.
But we know that he actually identified Miss Lestrade from a written description, which suggests that everything else he's told us is untrue.
So what we need to do here is somehow prove that the overcoat cannot possibly belong to him. Okay. Let's have a look around at this, sir. Interesting. Wait, please.
The seam on the shoulder there is coming apart, look!
So it is.
Do you know, a moment ago when Mr. Benedict was surprised by something that was said, I thought I heard him make a rather strange noise. It sounded a bit like a tiny growl. But now I think it was probably the sound of his seam ripping open.
If you look closely, it does seem to be a very tight fit. The sleeves are stretched to bursting, and he wouldn't have a hope of fastening it at the front. If he were to run around in it, I'm sure the whole thing would fall apart.
That I'd like to see.
Sorry? Sorry? Sorry?
So how can we make Mr. Benedict run around?
She's really giving this some thought. I think this is proof that it doesn't belong to him. The split seam, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. Ah! Yes, because the overcoat is rather obviously a poor fit. Having forced it over your broad shoulders, the seam is already breaking apart. My suspicions were aroused from the outset. When you so boldly lied about your name, and so boldly waylaid this pickpocket. Ah! This catalogue of untruths has all been for one very specific purpose. To steal the article that the young girl redeemed from Mr. Winterbank. We did it! What really irks me is this. The considerable crime I initially imagined has been considerably curtailed. Aww, Sherlock's having a bad day. This is very disappointing. Alright, conclusion is to abscond with a redeemed item. Totally didn't leave silently 3 hours ago. Oh my god, Herlock, my beloved. Welcome back. Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. But we must expose the details of this elaborate crime you have in the planning. This is utterly absurd. You suggest that I, a gentleman, designed a wheeze to filch some tawdry article of pawnage. Have you forgotten that I redeemed the article in the proper manner, using the watchword? Had I not been the one to deposit it in the first place? How could I possibly have known the relevant details? N'est-ce pas? How much longer are you considering streaming? I'm gonna stop after this sequence, I think. It's pretty late for me. We've been going for like 6 hours, so... I think once we wrap this bit up, I'll probably say goodnight. Oh, but the watchword can be discovered. As you are only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. Ah, and your furtive glance is more telling than I could have hoped. What? Let us consider how one might come to learn a secret watchword relating to a pawned property of another. The method is revealed by the council notice on the counter, to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. Yeah, I'm feeling the exhaustion of 2 AM. Yeah, thank you so much for staying up with me. We will go to bed very soon, I promise.
The direction of the deduction must change rather dramatically now, I think.
Yes, no more talk of tunneling into the sewers. Which is a pity, because it all sounded rather exciting. Anyway, you can't deny that this mysterious gentleman did know the watchword.
Yes, Professor. If you didn't know that word, Mr. Windibank would never allow you to redeem the article.
Or, looking at it another way, if you did know that word, Mr. Windibank would allow you to redeem the article whether it was yours or not. So the question is, could this gentleman have found the watchword out somehow? No sure thing, I've been enjoying watching you play Ace Attorney. I'm really glad that you're having fun. It's been so nice having you with me. Okay. What have we got here? What are you? Look at this, Miss Susato.
It appears to be a memo that Mr. Windibank has scribbled to himself.
Let's see. What does it say? Ah, Professor. Mr. Windibank must make a note of the watchwords customers give him, right before their eyes. And in alarmingly clear script as well.
Oh dear, I don't know where to look. Who knows what other secrets I might see?
Take that!
The method is revealed by the notelet on the counter to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. Yes, the broker here follows the same procedure whenever a customer comes to redeem an article. He asks the customer for the watchword, and notes down the response uttered on a notelet he has to hand. Then he consults his ledger, and confirms whether or not the watchword matches that of the article in question. I would expect nothing less of a diligent pawnbroker, but his diligence clearly has its disadvantages. What are you talking about? It is increasingly apparent that you were present in this shop before your accusation against Miss Lestrade. In all likelihood, you followed her inside and then observed her talking to Mr. Windibank. When the diligent broker made a note of the watchword, as is his common practice, you observed him writing the word Professor on the notelet beside the ledger. And that, sir, was the master plan you devised to steal the pawned article from the young Miss Lestrade. Master plan? Which brings us at last to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. Why would you go to such lengths to redeem that particular article from this pawnbroker? Are you quite serious? For an ill-fitting overcoat hardly seems to justify the effort, much less a worthless music box disc. But naturally, you have had very good reason to make them yours, didn't you, Mr. Benedict? I have no idea what you're talking about. Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see, this picture postcard tells us all we need to know. The articles we're talking about are the overcoat and the music box disc that was in one of the pockets.
Which, according to Mr. Windibank, isn't even worth a penny.
And yet this man went to such lengths to steal them. Why?
I wonder if perhaps we already have the evidence we need to explain it, Mr. Naruhodo.
Could we? Really? I better have a thorough look through all the evidence we've collected so far. Okay. Well, it's not going to be the armband, so...
Take that!
What spectacularly contrived logic led you to this mindless conclusion? Is it really the armband? Maybe I was supposed to examine that. Sorry. I really jumped to... There were only two things we had, you know? Yes, Mr. Shom, sir. You can lecture us all you want, sir. This man has used some fairly high-handed measures to try and get his hands on the overcoat and the disc.
Company doesn't want either for their monetary value, though. Still, they must be of value somehow, to someone.
Talk about jumping to conclusion. There was only two things in my inventory! Let me have a better look at it. Can't expect the game to do everything for me. Okay. For Gilded? Oh, it all comes together. For anyone just joining us, McGilded was our client in case number 3, who definitely seemed to be guilty, but we got him a not guilty verdict anyway, and then he died.
And scribbled word or two. It looks like somebody's name.
The McGilded. McGilded? It couldn't be.
But it is Mr. Naruhodo. A name I shall never forget for as long as I live.
But why? Why is his name on this? Okay.
Take that!
See, this music box disc tells us all we need to know. What's that on the back? It reads, for McGilded. Ah, Mr. Magnus McGilded, the unfortunate philanthropist who perished in curious circumstances at the Old Bailey 2 months ago. A prominent man in London, though his loan-mongering demonstrated a distinct lack of scruples. So, you're an associate of his, are you? Or perhaps a subordinate? Mr. McGilded was a man of unusually small stature. In fact, he was precisely the right size of that overcoat that you've squeezed yourself into. Your true identity remains shrouded in mystery, Mr. Eggert Benedict. But the final conclusion here is crystal clear. The reason you came to this pawnbrokery today was to retrieve an article left behind by the late Magnus McGilded. Conclusion, to acquire an item deposited by Mr. McGilded. Elementary. Well, well, Mr. Magnus McGilded. Not a name I expected to hear in these circumstances.
Mr. Sholmes, I'm afraid there's something very troubling on my mind.
Pray tell, Miss Susato.
Well, according to what Mr. Winterbank told us earlier, today was the final day on which the coat could have been redeemed, was it not?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. Today would be precisely 2 months since it was first deposited. Well, today is 15th April, so 2 months ago today would have been 15th February, sir, that's right. It's all carefully recorded in my ledger. Deposited at 10:30 PM, I see. What? But that suggests...
Yes, 15th February.
It's precisely the day on which the omnibus murder took place.
At 10:30 in the evening, it's precisely the time at which the terrible events were unfolding.
Suggestive is not the word. It would seem the matter is entirely beyond coincidence. You You are, of course, at liberty to make whatever outlandish deductions you choose. However... Whoa! What? Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa. Everybody calm down. I must insist you hand over the music box disc now. It would be a terrible shame for you to return to your native land in a box. What do I do? Ah! I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to click that. Sorry, I've got to stop pressing A as soon as it gets to the end of the dialogue. He could shoot me at any moment. I hate to give in, but what other choice do I really have here? I do not want to give it to him. Mr. Winterbank! This is my shop. I can't allow any harm to come to my customers. I should have to take my own life. Mr. Winterbank, no. Alright, that's enough. Gregson! Inspector Gregson! Inspector? That's right, Sunshine. The alarm was raised on one of our dedicated emergency lines. We got here as fast as we could. Now, what's all this about, eh? What's all this then? Oh, praise be, you're here at last. I was moments away from forfeiting my own life in my own very own establishment. It would seem you have the upper hand. Right, you lot have got some explaining to do. I don't appreciate being bothered with some petty argy-bargy. Petty? Mr. Winterbank very nearly met with his end. Yeah, by his own gun as far as I could tell. Oh dear. And the whole of Britain could meet with its end, if I don't get to the bottom of this case I'm supposed to be working on. What? What on earth is the case, Inspector? Bear no detail, Gregson. I might have said a little too much. No matter, it's nothing to do with you lot. Anyway, sir, you're gonna have to come with me down to the station. But of course, Inspector. There he fucking goes. He's getting away! Get after him, lads! Whistle the beat officer too! Sir! We lost him, didn't we? Sherlock really giving Tobias shit, huh? You have a nice voice? Thank you! I am happy to hear you say that. There's been a spate of thefts at the pawn shop around here recently. Thanks for the free makeup class. Enjoy your class! I'll wrap up soon anyway. I hope you have a good class. Thank you so much for hanging out and for subscribing. So we've fitted emergency buttons underneath the counters for brokers to let us know when there's trouble. Oh, Inspector, I was very worried there for a while. Very worried indeed. Now then, Mr. Permanently in mourning. Oh. Yes? I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilded's down to the yard. Thank you very much. Hydrate. Thank you. Oh my god, and stretch. Yes, sir. Yeah, I've got emotes now. Hang on. We've got more on the way, but they are pending approval right now. But so far we have these ones. Big stretch. A reminder to everyone to fix your posture. So hand it over. Oh, yes, of course. No, don't! Don't give it to him. It's mine, that is mine. I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to Mr. McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. As evidence? If the police demand something as evidence, my dear fellow, we have no choice but to capitulate. Exercise start. How you going, Queen? How you holding up with your little stretches and your exercisings? It's all yours, Inspector. And so, we handed Mr. McGilda's disc over to Inspector Gregson. What? Dies? You can do it! Hang in there! You're so strong! And was summarily turfed out of the shop and onto the street. To be continued. What a great stopping point. That feel when my posture used to be immaculate when I had a 32-inch screen, and then getting a 27-inch screen made me shrimp because it's harder to see some things. Bit of a mood. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. Another welcome to everyone who came over with Mizu. It was so lovely to meet you guys. Let me have a quick look around on Twitch, see if there's anyone streaming that I can pass you on to. But otherwise, I am so grateful that everyone stayed around.